We all good? Broadcasting all good? Fantastic. I declare open this hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and Anti-Semitism at Australian universities. I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who may be here with us today. I'm Josh Burns, the Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, and I have with me the Deputy Chair, Mr Henry Pike. We have on the teleconference Senator Lisa Darmanin, Senator Matt O'Sullivan, Ms Jodie Bellier and Ms Kylie Tink, who may jump in.
So we've got Ms Tink and Senator O'Sullivan currently.
Those four will jump in and out throughout the day. On behalf of the committee, I welcome you all here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I now welcome Dr Katharine Gelber via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Professor Kath Gelber. I'm an internationally recognised scholar in the field of freedom of speech and the regulation of harmful speech. So I'm appearing to you today in this expert capacity.
Thank you, Professor. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of that, we'll open up for a discussion.
Thank you. It's a very brief opening statement. I'm a Professor of Political Science and Associate Dean Academic in the Faculty of Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Queensland. Since I completed my PhD on the topic of the operation of hate speech laws or vilification laws in Australia in the year 2000, I've dedicated my career to investigating the operation and effects of vilification laws, considering the rationale for the introduction of vilification and hate speech laws, and examining the appropriate balance to be sought between protecting freedom of expression on the one hand and limiting harmful speech on the other. So I'm well versed in the rationales for protecting freedom of speech and the reasons for limiting hate speech. I've investigated freedom of expression and regulatory responses in Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States, and I've also developed a clear definition of hate speech which is well recognised and utilised in the international literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So why don't you start by, for the purposes of the committee, outlining where the threshold of freedom of expression and freedom of speech ends and hate speech begins? Where's the clear delineation?
Thank you. So in theory, the clear delineation is harm. And by harm, I mean a substantive harm that's equivalent, in Australia at least, to other discriminatory types of harm. So it's a harm that happens through your expression that's equivalent to the harm that would happen, for example, if you were to deny somebody a job on a discriminatory ground. So it's more than offending somebody or hurting their feelings. It's when it amounts to a substantive public harm. The way that I conceptualise that harm is that the acts that lead to it need to be public. The expressive conduct needs to rank people as inferior, legitimise discrimination against them, deprive them of powers in a context in which those people are vulnerable to that harm. And that means, for example, that groups, the marginalised groups that face discrimination in Australia today, for example, are vulnerable to the harms of hate speech. So that's the theory. In practice, delineating whether or not an instance of expression has crossed that line is complex and depends very much on the context within which it occurs and the other things that happen alongside the expression. So there are some examples that are really, really clear and there's really no debate over them at all. Those include, for example, the kinds of conduct that have recently been prohibited in a number of jurisdictions in Australia, such as the use of Nazi symbols symbols and gestures, right? So they so clearly cross a line into harm that there's actually, in my view, no real debate about that. But there are a lot of other matters in public political debate at the moment, particularly around anti-Semitism, where the lines of distinction are not as bright and clear as that. I wish they were, but in practice, it can be quite complex to determine that distinction.
Excuse me, I've had a bit of a croaky throat for the last few days. What do you mean by it's not as clear in regards to anti-Semitism?
So when an expression is definitively anti-Semitic, it's absolutely clear that it crosses a line. What I mean by saying that it's not always clear is that it's not clear where and when an expression becomes anti-Semitic. So I know there's a lively debate going on in the community about some slogans that have been used in pro-Palestine protests, for example. Now, I don't want to suggest that there isn't anti-Semitism at all in the Australian context of those debates. I wouldn't for a moment try to suggest that. I absolutely acknowledge that there's a very concerning rise in anti-Semitism and in anti-Semitic expression. But I also acknowledge that in the context of those debates, there are differences of opinion over whether or not a particular slogan or a particular phrase amounts to being anti-Semitic or not.
To the best of your knowledge, does the University of Queensland have a definition on anti-Semitism?
I'd just, with respect, like to remind you that I'm not here as a representative of the University of Queensland. I believe the University of Queensland is in the process of watching what's happening, participating in the Group of 8 discussion that I know you've already spoken to the Group of 8 about at the last hearing in terms of developing a definition, and I believe the University of Queensland's involved in that.
Given what you said as an expert on the delineation between hate speech, sometimes the extra attention that is required in order to decipher whether something is anti-Semitic, given the complicated nature of the Middle East and the way in which this conflict can be spoken about. Do you think it would be in the universities? It would be appropriate for the university to adopt a definition on anti-Semitism?
I think that, yes, I think in the current context, it's quite useful for universities generally in Australia to consider adopting a definition, yes. I'm not entirely 100... So the question that raises for me is, until now, anti-Semitism has been treated, certainly legally in Australia, and members of the Jewish community have advocated strongly for this, for anti-Semitism to be treated as a type of racism. So it's recognised as a type of vilification under relevant anti-vilification laws, and it's recognised as a type of racism under relevant anti-discrimination laws that recognise racism as a ground. So in that context, I guess one of the questions that's raised about incorporating a definition of anti-Semitism, which I'm not personally opposed to, but the question that raises is whether we would then find ourselves in a position of being asked to develop definitions of other specific types of racism as well. There's no doubt that the manifestation of racism towards different groups occurs differently. And so that's the question that it raises for me, although, as I've said, I'm not opposed to the idea.
Doesn't that answer your question in the way in which you answered it? I mean, it does manifest itself differently, as you just said, and therefore wouldn't it be appropriate to have definitions in order to best understand the ways in which discrimination and racism manifests itself towards different groups?
Well, it depends on what you think the best approach is to combat racism towards different groups. For example, racism manifests towards Australia's First Nations people, towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in specific ways. We have not tended in Australia until now to define racism in the relevant statutes in a way that recognises that the way that racism manifests towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is different. So, but I think that it is different. So the problem is that there are quite a number of different types of racism that manifest differently, and we would then be in a situation of potentially trying to incorporate definitions of those different types of racism into all of those statutes. And I think there's something useful about having overarching statutes and regulations that address racism in its completeness as a problem. because of course it is.
But we're not talking about legislating, we're talking about the university adopting a definition so that it can understand what form of discrimination or racism is occurring, aren't we?
Well, if that's what yes, we can talk about either of those, but there is a connection between what the universities do or are asked to do around this and other policy, because our internal, of course, universities are regulated by many statutes that already exist in Australia, but also our internal governance documents tend to refer, even sometimes obliquely, to existing provisions. For example, vilification is prohibited under staff and student codes of conduct, and that refers, of course, to relevant anti-vilification provisions that exist in Australia. But certainly as an educative mechanism, as a mechanism for helping people to understand better how anti-Semitism manifests and what it is constituted by, that's a useful thing to do, yes.
And my last question before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, I mean, as being an expert on the hate speech and on the delineation between hate speech and fair and reasonable public debate, isn't a part of that the confidence that students and staff have in the university in actually preventing discrimination and harm being done? Isn't a big part of it the way in which the university transparently and openly have these sorts of policies in order to build confidence in students and staff that they would be protected if that was to happen to them? Do you think that universities adequately have those processes? And I guess you're the closest to University of Queensland, but what's your observations on that?
So absolutely, I think that universities should try their best to have transparent policies that are understood, known and understood by staff and by students, so that reassures them. In fact, in my work around vilification laws, it's been very clear that having those laws in place serves not only an educative purpose but also a reassuring purpose for the communities who those laws seek to protect. So similarly, the communities who we seek to protect, which is all of our community, but also particularly marginalised groups within our communities, should feel reassured and confident that we have those provisions in place. So we do have those provisions. That's not to say that we can't improve them. Of course, we can. The university sector as a whole can always improve its policies and its procedures, and we're in a moment where I think that we're seeking to learn how to do that better.
I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gelber. My question is sort of more of a broader one. Do we have, through your research, is there anything from an international perspective or maybe domestically where we can sort of identify where some people are doing it better than we are here in Australia, or in some of our universities? Is there particular best practice that we should be looking at?
So I think that that's difficult to identify, and there's a really important contextual reason for that. So there are movements there have been moves in many universities. I know you've already heard about this, for example, in the United States, to develop their own definitions, to develop dialogues across difference, to develop anti-racism statements. There are moves in Australia. Several Australian universities either already have or are in the process of developing anti-racism statements. And similarly to developing more thoroughgoing programs and training, for example, around anti-Semitism. There is an important caveat on drawing from international practices, and that is that one of Australia's strengths, in fact, in my opinion, is the vilification laws that operate in Australia, and in particular the way the civil vilification laws operate in Australia. They're actually almost unique internationally. There are only some provinces in Canada that have something similar, and they allow us to intervene at a lower level, if you like, of vilification than only the types of things that you can intervene against with either the criminal law. So, for example, in the United Kingdom, their racial hatred provisions are in the criminal law only. And in the United States, of course, they have the First Amendment. So the context is very, very different in those other countries. There's no other country that has the experience of the civil vilification provisions and the commensurate expectations and responsibilities on universities in terms of compliance with those provisions. No one else has those. And I think that, so therefore, drawing from international best practice needs to take that context into account.
Okay.
Kylie Tink.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Gelber. I actually have a question with you. I really appreciate everything you've said this morning about the laws that are in place and the ways that we can address it. But how do we better educate people about, I mean, have you done work in this space, and where do we begin a conversation or a process in educating people about what anti-Semitism is and what other forms of racism are?
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? And clearly we need to do more, particularly around anti-Semitism in the current context, because it's my view that people insufficiently appreciate and understand how anti-Semitism is manifesting in the current political debate. People tend to focus on things, the more obvious things, for example, like what happened in Melbourne. Abhorrent events like that, and they tend to downplay the anti-Semitism that can happen through expression. One thing that I think that we can do, and it would be really useful to interpolate this more into the public debate, is to talk more about the responsibilities that connect with our free speech rights. And there's a very clear responsibility when people do exercise their free speech rights not to use their speech to harm others. So it's my view that speech can harm. I've spent my entire career arguing that hate speech can harm and looking at how it can harm by interpolating inferiority and legitimising discrimination in the context within which it occurs. But there's a commensurate responsibility when people exercise their free speech rights to be not to harm others with their words, and to be more aware than they currently are that other people will have different interpretations of what they're saying, and other people might experience what they're saying in a way that they might not have intended. So there's a lot of work going on internationally at universities about dialogue across difference. It's called different things in different places, communities of inquiry, for example. And I think the central component of those types of projects is to encourage people is to recognise that we don't all need to agree with one another, but we do need to agree a little bit more on the parameters for public debate. And one of those parameters should be an agreement to try not to harm each other with our words, an agreement to understand that words can harm and to use our words differently.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan or Senator Darman or Ms Bellier, any questions, or are we happy to wrap up there?
None from me, Chair.
Okay, perfect. Well, Professor, thank you so much, and we do look forward to having the University of Queensland leadership in before the committee, but we really do appreciate you giving us your time and expertise in contributing to this important hearing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committee requests that questions taken on notice provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 13 January 2025, and we'll just pause for a moment as we hand over to the next group. Thanks again, Professor. I welcome representatives from the University of Melbourne and the University of New South Wales via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today? And we'll start with those in the room.
I'm Professor Nicola Phillips. I'm the Provost and the Interim Vice-Chancellor of the University of Melbourne.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
And online, UNSW.
I'm Professor Verity Firth. I'm the Vice President of Societal Impact, Equity and Engagement at UNSW.
I'm David Cross. I'm the Chief of Staff at UNSW.
Thank you. All right. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of that, we'll open up for a discussion and we'll start with the University of Melbourne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Allow me to say again what I said to the Senate Committee inquiry in September. The University of Melbourne stands against all forms of racism, and we are steadfast in our commitment to combat anti-Semitism on our campuses. We recognise that Jewish members of our community can experience particular forms of prejudice or hate. We, like others, have observed the increase in anti-Semitic behaviours across society, most recently in the devastating attack on the Adass Israel synagogue in our own city and the deeply disturbing events of the last couple of days in Sydney. While there are very different views within our university and outside it in relation to what has occurred on our campuses over the course of this year, we move into 2025 with undimmed resolve to tackle anti-Semitism in all of its forms and to make sure our campuses are safe and welcoming places for everyone, including all Jewish staff, students and visitors. Excuse me. We have learned much over the last 14 months, and we have been proactively seeking to deal with the issue of tension on our campus. There has been some activity that has been unacceptable on our campuses, as in society at large. On such occasions, we have been clear in our condemnation of the conduct and have taken action. We have welcomed the appointment of the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism, Gillian Segal, AO, and have been working actively with her to support her work together with the Group of 8 and Universities Australia. We have convened an expert roundtable for the Special Envoy for Social Cohesion, Peter Halil MP, and we have also met with the recently appointed Special Envoy to Combat Islamophobia in Australia, Mr. Avtab Malik. We have been systematic in the application of our policies and procedures to guide our approach and decision-making, especially in relation to managing conflict. This has been supported by careful legal advice, ongoing advice from Victoria Police, and dialogue with our staff and students. We have taken and will continue to take disciplinary action where this is warranted, and have been clear that we must do all that is required to protect and uphold the integrity and the fairness of those processes. Over the course of the year, we have continually assessed our policies and regulations and taken steps to tighten up, clarify or improve them where we have identified the need to do so, as well as communicating our expectations clearly in relation to protest and activism on campus. In advance of the commencement of this academic year, we revisited key guidance, including our Educator's Guide, and we have been working throughout the year to develop our undergraduate discovery subjects to support respectful management of difference. In 2025, we will conduct a comprehensive review of our policies and procedures. Building on ongoing improvement over the past year, this review will draw on the work of the envoys, expert advice, and other significant external reviews. This will take into consideration the work that we have done this year on our academic values, on which we will build further in 2025. As I said in my statement to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee hearing, there is no doubt that at times we have been challenged in balancing our legal and ethical responsibilities to protect freedom of speech, the right to peaceful protest, and the values of academic freedom, with the duty of care that we have to all students and staff to provide a safe and welcoming environment for them. We will continue learning, but our resolve is firm. The University of Melbourne will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to eradicate anti-Semitism and all forms of racism from our campuses.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
UNSW.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting UNSW to participate in this hearing. Along with my colleague David Cross, I thank the committee for inviting us to share UNSW's experiences. And I apologise, our Vice-Chancellor attended the recent Senate committee hearing, but is unfortunately unable to attend this hearing in person as he is on leave this week at a location with no internet access. and that, of course, was booked several months ago, so I will be appearing on behalf of UNSW. We have been deeply concerned at the alarming increase in anti-Semitism across the country following the terrorist attacks in Israel on October the 7th, 2023, and the violence and loss of life in the Middle East. It's also troubling and deeply disturbing to hear of last week's attack on the Adas Israel Synagogue in Melbourne and the recent events in our own city, including vandalism of cars and buildings in Willara and protests outside Sydney's Great Synagogue. As a globally connected community, we must be mindful that many of those we work, study and live with have been personally impacted by the conflict in the Middle East. We know that in the weeks following the October 7th attack, the experience of anti-Semitism in Australia has risen significantly, with a Monash University survey showing that 64% of Australian Jews feel anti-Semitism was very much a big problem in Australia, which is 10 times higher than when a similar question was asked in 2017. I imagine that's even higher following the recent events. The priority of all of us in leadership positions at UNSW is to ensure that the university is always a safe place for students and staff to learn, teach, research and work. We welcome the government's appointment of a special envoy into anti-Semitism, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and her office to combat prejudice across this country. Recognising the rising scourge of anti-Semitism over the past year across Australia, we've undertaken a range of measures to ensure that our community, including Jewish students and staff, feel safe, welcome and supported on campus. This includes, but is certainly not limited to, university-wide consultation to upgrade and extend our anti-racism policy to include anti-religious vilification, as well as updating our code of conduct to provide better protections against those experiencing vilification. We've increased actual safety through increasing physical security, including additional guards, additional patrols, increased security visibility, monitoring and removing of any posted material which breaches our code of conduct, and increased connectivity with external law enforcement agencies. We're increasing a culture of safety through measures such as improved risk assessment of all UNSW events and revising UNSW student onboarding training and orientation with a specific focus on the UNSW Code of Conduct to let students know what they can expect of the university as well as what the university expects of them. This includes a deeper focus on inclusion in respectful behaviours and case studies, and links to anti-racism and anti-religious vilification policies. Ensuring senior staff meet regularly, both proactively and reactively, with relevant groups such as staff, students, alumni and others, to listen and respond to issues and concerns around anti-Semitism, and balancing the rights to free speech with students and staff well-being by changing the way posters can be displayed at the university, as I mentioned previously. We've created a dramatic increase and promotion of pathways to make complaints or raise concerns, as well as significantly increasing the resources of staff who deal with such complaints. The Vice-Chancellor has made regular communications, supplemented by similar communication from other leaders across UNSW. And we've also increased direct support for students and staff through a significant expansion of confidential counselling services and other similar programs. There is no place in Australia and in our education institutions for racism, hate speech or discrimination of any type, even when strong views are being expressed. Freedom of speech and the ability to respectfully debate ideas, including contentious ones, are crucial to the health of any democracy. That includes supporting the right of all people to speak up, to protest and to follow their convictions, even when their views may be upsetting to other members of our community. However, something as important as the right to protest should never be used as a veil to hide expressions of anti-Semitism or other hatred. We must treat each other with respect and kindness, care and sensitivity to other points of view to ensure that we remain an inclusive society that we're all proud to be part of. I believe UNSW generally has a positive and inclusive culture. However, we are not complacent and we know that there is more we must do to make people feel safe, and included at our campus.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to start with questions and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. I'm going to start with Professor Phillips. And thank you both for your time today. Thank you all for your time today. On the 22nd of March, the university sent an email out to all students reminding them of the university's policies that students should not be causing unreasonable disruption or forced cancellation of classes or events, infringing the rights of others to participate in activities, blocking access to buildings or activities, taking photographs, video or audio recordings of classes and so on. So just confirming that is something that the university did?
Yes.
And how do you enforce those sorts of policies?
We enforce those sorts of policies through careful process. We aim to make sure that we understand what is going on across our university and take careful decisions about when action is warranted. That action, of course, can take many different forms. Sometimes that would be formal disciplinary action. Sometimes it would be more informal, depending on the circumstances at hand. We have a very solid complaints and grievances process through which we can accept formal complaints. And of course, we look to people right across the university, in our classrooms, in our faculties, in all of our central units, to be clear in our responsibilities in relation to providing a safe and welcoming environment and to be dealing with any violations of our policies that occur.
Thank you for that. So, do you report publicly when incidents are occurred via your complaints process? Do you have any transparency measures on that?
No, we don't, because complaints that we receive are, of course, confidential, and we have to conduct the processes in respecting the obligations that we have in relation to privacy and confidentiality.
But do you communicate back with someone who's made the complaint about it?
Oh, indeed so. Absolutely, yes.
Isn't there a way that you could publicly be reporting on your complaints outcomes without infringing someone's privacy? We've had X amount of complaints, these have been the outcomes, that sort of transparency measure?
Yes, indeed, and that's what we're intending to put in place. You may be aware that we have adopted that practice in relation to sexual misconduct. It's an example that's frequently given, with great success, in fact. And what we've learned most of all through that process is that that level of transparency, which can be achieved in a way that's compatible with privacy and confidentiality, helps to build trust in the system. That is what we are aiming to achieve here with all complaints about racism, and specifically in this case in relation to complaints about anti-Semitism. So we will be moving in that direction.
When?
Well, as I said, we're conducting a full review of our policies and procedures in 2025. As part, though, of our anti-racism action plan, which was released in the middle of this year, we committed to that level of transparency. We intend to do it on an annual basis in the same way as sexual misconduct, but we will be looking at the details of exactly how we do that. We are looking at them at the moment, and we'll be confirming those in the new year.
So you'll report in the new year on that?
Yes, indeed, yes.
So in 2025 we can expect a transparency report on the outcomes of your...
Yes, we're working through the details at the moment of how best to go about that, but we have the model that we have used with other policies, as I said, with success.
And roughly when can we expect that?
I'm afraid I can't give you a date, but I can certainly keep the committee
First half of next year, second half of next year?
Oh, certainly early in next year,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So thank you for that. So on the 19th of April, an email was sent out from the University Arts Faculty, Dean Leslie Sterling, saying that I'm writing to you as a matter of urgency to make you aware that we are receiving an increasing number of concerns and reports from students about events occurring in the classrooms and other student-facing contexts pertaining to the Israel-Gaza conflict. Students in arts have been particularly concerned about activists visiting classrooms, asking for a show of hands to indicate agreement with their statements, and then taking photographs of the group. Are you aware of these incidents?
Yes, indeed.
Do you want to just give the committee, for the benefit of Hansard, a rough overview of what happened?
Yes, we became aware of these kinds of incidents where people were using the classroom setting in order to distribute material and promote particular kinds of views, and then asking for people to indicate their responses to this. As you will know from Professor Sterling's email, we found this activity to be completely unacceptable. I can indicate to you that in semester 1 we received 4 complaints about 4 incursions into a classroom setting. To put that in context, that's out of a total of 15,146 teaching activities. So this was not widespread, but any incidence of that kind of activity was deemed to be unacceptable, and the Dean acted swiftly to communicate about it.
So the Dean acted swiftly to communicate about it. Clearly, going back to your policy of you can't unreasonably disrupt or force cancellation of classes, you can't infringe of the right of others to participate, but then also taking photographs, video, audio recordings, and it's clearly a breach of the university's policies. Were any students, any action taken against anyone?
We took steps to communicate again to our students with clarity the expectations that
understand the communication
that we have of them, so that they could be in no doubt about the view that we took of this kind of behaviour. As always,
Professor, I'm very sorry for interrupting, but I think there is a clear difference between saying to students, "We don't think this is appropriate." You sent out an email as a university saying, here are our policies that you need to adhere to. They weren't adhered to. What does the university do? I mean, it just sort of says, according to what you just said, well, we don't want you doing this, but what action was taken?
Yeah. In these particular instances, of course, we have to work according to a burden of proof that these things have happened. We don't have CCTV in our classrooms. We don't have clear mechanisms for identifying people. It's a significantly complicated exercise. In other settings, of course, we can use other kinds of technologies, but in this setting, it was very difficult for us to gather the evidence that would be needed to take formal disciplinary action. We therefore decided that our priority had to be that clear communication, making sure that our colleagues were absolutely clear about what they were and were not to allow in the classroom setting, and sought to pursue it in that way, given the limitations of the formal action that we could take. As I said, we have received 4 complaints about classroom incursions. This is not a widespread practice, and that communication, I think, was robust in dealing with the problem.
Well, let's see if it was, because let's keep going onwards. And obviously, there was a student sent from the Vice-Chancellor Maskell at the time around, obviously the encampments happened, and students overtook buildings as well as part of that. Do you want to, just for the benefit of Hansard, go through what happened there?
Yes, we had an encampment on the campus, as you say. That then translated into the occupation of a building. It was our Arts West building by a group of students, which lasted for 10 days. We brought that building occupation to an end peacefully after that period of time.
After 10 days?
It took 10 days, that's right.
I mean, that's a significant disruption to classes, though, isn't it? I mean, you would say that for those 10 days, no classes could occur in those buildings?
That's right. We rescheduled all the classes. Nobody lost out on any teaching. We were clear right from the start of the building occupation that this had crossed the line, that this kind of protest was unacceptable. That was made very clear to the people who were occupying the building at the time. But the principles that we brought to bear on our management of that, as with the encampment, was that we needed to do everything in our power to secure a peaceful resolution of that, to avoid violence on our campuses, either violence that were caused by the occupation itself or other people who were coming onto our campuses, or violence that was inflicted at our behest in order to resolve this. We were able to do that, and it did take a little bit of time to work through that, but we did achieve that, and I stand by the adoption of that principle in managing that conflict.
Sure. Again, I'll ask the same question, though. The university clearly outlines its policy.
Yes.
You can't go into buildings and disrupt classes. For 10 days, students overtake a building. Were any disciplinary actions taken against any students?
Yes, indeed, they were. Disciplinary action was taken against 23 students and 4 members of staff, specifically in relation to that building occupation.
You had staff in there as well?
That's right.
And what happened to those staff?
Well, disciplinary proceedings were initiated immediately after the occupation. I can't comment on the specifics of these cases for reasons of confidentiality. But
did any of the staff lose their job?
I'm sorry?
Did any of the staff lose their job?
No. The outcomes,
so they're all still working at the
outcomes
university?
for both. The outcomes, again, I can't comment on individual cases, and they were dealt with as individual cases.
I'm not asking you to comment on individual cases, just broadly. I'm not asking for names. Were any of the staff who were in the buildings for, a part of those 10 days disruptions, have any of them lost their job?
No.
Have any of the students been kicked off campus or unable to continue their studies?
No.
Is that reasonable?
We think it is reasonable. Again, we conducted very careful process that we were careful to do fairly and in accordance with our legal obligations as well. The outcomes that were imposed are, again, I'm not going to comment on the specifics, but the outcomes that were...
Let's be clear, I'm not asking about specific people. I'm asking about the fact that you had, 23 people, of which 4 of them were staff, taking over a building, or 23 students,
that's right,
and then so 27, staff. Disciplinary action, none from 27. No one was asked to no longer participate in university activity.
No, that is...
So it is allowed. You did allow it.
No. The outcomes from those processes were significant. For the students, they were issued with formal warnings. And that is a significant outcome for students. It was considered to be proportionate through our processes to the nature of the misconduct. But it does impose serious consequences. This is not a light outcome. Now, there will be differences of view. Many people think that those outcomes were not severe enough. Many people think that it was outrageous that we took any action in the first place. We were determined that we needed to respond to the occupation of the building, and I'm confident that we did so appropriately.
I'm only asking about your own policy and the upholding of your own policy. Let's go on to another incident. On the 17th of September, there's a group called the Uni Melbourne for Palestine, which is an Instagram page, and they put up the phone number of the academic lead of a joint PhD program, Professor Stephen Prower. Do you want to describe for Hansard Professor Prower's role and the sorts of academic work he's involved in?
Yes, indeed. Professor Prower is a highly valued colleague. He's a professor of physics, and he oversees the relationship that we have with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
In any of Professor Prower's work, is anything related to defence or military at all?
No, he oversees the relationship that we have with the Hebrew University.
Yeah. And all of the PhD students are all in sort of science and other sorts of disciplines.
That's right.
Yeah, but nothing to do with defence.
No.
So he has his phone number posted online by a university group. Was the university aware of that at the time?
Yes, we were.
And did anything happen as a result of the phone number being posted online of one of your lecturers?
Yes, indeed it did. We were in communication constantly with Professor Prower at that time. We made additional security arrangements to make sure that he was confident of our commitment to his security. And we were taking steps to monitor all of that activity and to see whether it was possible to identify where that was coming from. And
so in your monitoring, then 3 weeks later, what happened?
3 weeks after
his phone number was put online, what happened to him in his office?
On the 9th of October, I assume that you're referring to the incursion into his office, which took place on the 9th of October. I'm sorry if I misspoke. No, I don't know if I said November. The 9th of October. Yeah. A group of people managed to gain entry to his office. It was a set of unfortunate circumstances that related to the work that was being carried out in order to install additional security around his office because of the way that he had been targeted online. They spent a period of time in his office until such time as the police arrived. The police arrived within 25 minutes of our security staff calling them, and then the protesters left his office.
Were these protesters students of the university?
We have been taking steps to identify where it has been possible to do so, who was involved in that. Our investigation is ongoing, so I can't comment on that at the moment.
So you don't know who was in his office?
I can't comment on exactly who was in his office. The investigation is ongoing at the moment in conjunction with Victoria Police.
I'm not asking you to release names. Do you know who was in your professor's office?
We have been able to identify some people, not all.
Are they students or in any relation or contact with the university?
Again, I must insist that I can't, as a result of privacy obligations, comment on that while the investigation is ongoing. I don't
understand why can't you identify whether someone is associated with the university after they take over one of your professor's offices?
We have a very clear policy on not commenting on investigations that are active at the moment, particularly where there is the involvement of Victoria Police. I might remind you that we're operating in a very complicated environment here. The steps that we have taken previously to identify who has been involved in protest have led to the launch of an investigation by the Office of the Victorian Information Commissioner against the university, and we are determined and constrained to make sure that all of our process conforms with laws on privacy and confidentiality. What we do know, we think, is that some external parties were involved in that incursion into Professor Prow's office.
Some, but not the entire group.
Again, I can't go into detail, but no, we assume...
We don't need to labour the point.
Yeah.
I guess then let's ask the question. If someone was to be a student of the university, what disciplinary action would they
We have immediately initiated disciplinary action according to our policies. The range of penalties that are available to us are set out. We will pursue our process. We will do it properly. And we will do that not only for ethical reasons and for legal reasons, but because, of course, we want any outcomes from these disciplinary processes to be not to be vulnerable to challenge on the basis of procedural irregularity. So we will conduct the process carefully. But I can state here, as the Vice-Chancellor stated in his communications, and we have said consistently, that we consider this incursion into Professor Prow's office to be an outrage. It is way beyond the bounds of what is acceptable conduct on our campuses, and we immediately initiated our action and have been cooperating with Victoria Police in their investigation of the circumstances as well. So
let's just take a step back, Professor, because I've just outlined 3 incidents and there's been no doubt more. But you had a situation where earlier in the year the university sets out the policies of what code of conduct needs to happen on campus, which I think is an important thing to do. Students come into a university, they take photographs of students, they try and identify students that agree or disagree with a particular statement on the Middle East. As far as I'm aware, no disciplinary action is taken against any students. You then have a situation where not only students are, there's the encampment, but actually students take over a building, 23 students and 4 staff take over a building. Everyone's still at the university. No one loses their job, no one loses their ability to study at the university. You now have a situation where a university professor's personal phone number was put online in a clear incidence of doxing. His office is then taken over, and now we're told, well, because of privacy reasons, nothing, we can't identify whether or not they've even got associations with the university. I'm just trying to say, well, when you look at that year, right, when you look at one incident after another, everyone's still at the university, everyone's still participating fully, and they may have had a formal warning, but it really doesn't have any impact on their future studies. It seems like the university is saying a lot but doing very little. Is there any proof to the contrary?
I reject that view, and with respect, Chair, I haven't said that we are unable to take any action in relation to the last incident that you covered. I've said that I can't comment publicly on it. Right. We have initiated disciplinary proceedings, and we will pursue those to their outcome.
So you have initiated disciplinary proceedings because they are affiliated with the university?
We have initiated disciplinary proceedings and we are working with Victoria Police. I think the additional context that I must give here is that the university is not a law enforcement agency and we are not the police. We don't have the same kinds of sophisticated technologies available to us for identifying people who may be involved in these kinds of protests. And similarly, we don't have the capacity to undertake, in the way that the police would be able to, investigations into social media activity and so on. We are constrained to work with the police, as we are doing on all of this. However, when you, if I could just address your general comment again, I must object to the characterisation of our university as talking a lot and doing nothing. I've outlined the action that we've taken, where it has been possible to take action. I stand by the outcomes of that action as being proportionate in those particular circumstances, and we will remain committed to making sure that we take action wherever the need arises to do so.
Professor, I really appreciate it. I'm just going to pick up on one thing you just said, that the university has initiated disciplinary action on what happened in Professor Prower's office. So clearly you are aware of if those people in Professor Prower's office have any affiliation, whether they be a student or staff to the university. I mean, how else could you initiate disciplinary proceedings? I don't understand otherwise.
Yes, indeed. We have started our own disciplinary proceedings.
So there were university staff or students in Professor Prower's office?
Again, I am unable to comment publicly on the specifics of an investigation that is ongoing, and it's really important that I don't prejudice.
You said that there was disciplinary action going on.
It is really important that I don't prejudice the potential outcomes of these disciplinary processes. I ask you to understand that.
I do. The point of this hearing is not actually to have the universities come into here and try and defend what is or isn't going on in university. The point is to actually try and get outcomes so that these sorts of things don't happen on universities, and that universities are able to work together with authorities, as you say, to prevent these sorts of incidents happening on university. And I think it's just important to know, well, you've sent out your university policies, you've asked students to comply with it, you've had incidents of students going into classes, taking photographs, taking over buildings, taking over a Jewish professor's office, and I'm just trying to get a straight answer about, well, if you've got university staff or you've got university students, are they going to be allowed to continue at the university if they do things like that? I mean, surely a bit of leadership from the university to say, if you break our code of conduct, you will not be able to continue at the university. I mean, I don't understand why the university isn't upholding their own procedures.
Yeah. Again, I must state in response to that we are upholding our policies and procedures. I indicated in my opening statement that we've done a lot of work on those policies and procedures where we have identified the need to do so over the course of this year, which will allow us emphatically to deal with these kinds of incidents. I would just mention to you as well that we've seen a dramatic reduction in the number of incidents that are taking place on our campus over the course of the year. And again, it is not possible to be categorical about this, but we would assume that this is at least in part a result of the work that we've been doing very clearly to communicate with students about the potential consequences. 147 incidents between January and September this year, and then 12 incidents since October. The majority of those have been about posters and stickers and graffiti. Yeah. So we are seeing a reduction in the number of incidents on campus, which is, of course, our aim, particularly in the interest, of course, of the extent to which Jewish staff and students can feel welcome and safe on our campus.
I appreciate that, Professor, and I appreciate all your efforts in this, and I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Phillips, just on those stats, I'll run through another line of questioning, but just on those statistics, you're basing that based on the number of complaints that the university has received?
No, that's the number of campus incidents that are reported to us by our security staff and campus management. So the number of incidents that would include posters, stickers, graffiti, any kind of protest on campus and so on.
So that's based on staff reporting these as opposed to students?
That's right. We have campus management teams who report to us what is going on across the campus, and these are recorded as campus incidents.
Okay. And what has the university seen from the number of complaints made by students in relation to anti-Semitic activity?
Yeah, I can give you the details. The headline, perhaps, that you will find most interesting is that we have received no formal complaints relating to anti-Semitism since the 17th of August. To date. That compares with 12 formal complaints specifically relating to anti-Semitism over the first part of this year.
When was Professor Prauer's office invaded?
9th of October.
So you're saying you haven't had any complaints in relation to that?
No, we haven't. No formal complaints that have been received through our system.
You haven't received any complaints in relation to that, yet you've launched disciplinary action?
We've received no formal complaints through our formal complaints system. We do not rely on...
Doesn't that indicate to you, Professor, that your formal complaint system is largely meaningless if an incident like that isn't picked up?
We worry constantly about a problem that we know that we have with underreporting, with people who, for many possible reasons, do not feel comfortable coming forward with complaints. That is why we don't rely on formal complaints solely. And we've been working very hard over the course of this year to make sure that that's the case. Partly that is about keeping in touch with our Jewish staff and students and really trying to understand what is going on, what they are experiencing, what they are feeling. And that's where most of our information and our insight comes from. We're also aware that people who don't feel comfortable reporting to the university, a situation that we are trying very hard to rectify, we want to build trust in our system, may take their complaints to other bodies. And we're particularly aware of some students in particular who are working with the community security group. And we have initiated a relationship with the CSG so that we can better understand what they are hearing about what's going on in our university, and we can take action. So we don't rely formally on our we don't rely solely on our formal complaint system in order to know what's going on. And we don't rely solely on our formal complaint system in order to initiate disciplinary action.
Would you say that the lack of consequences that have occurred to those who've been engaged in this sort of activity, and we mentioned the 27, we've also, it seems that no one's really had any, meaningful consequence for their actions. Do you think that's eroded the trust in the university's handling of the situation?
Again, I'm afraid I can't accept the characterisation that there have been no meaningful consequences. The consequences that have emerged from the disciplinary action that we've taken has been meaningful and it has been significant.
It hasn't fixed the problem, though, has it?
The trends that we are seeing indicate to us that we are making headway. Have we got more to do? Then yes, of course we do. Now, as I said before, there will be different views. There are some people who think that these consequences were way too severe and that it was a scandal.
I would say that would be very much a minority view. I do not think that would be what the majority of your everyday Australians would be thinking when they hear that today.
Well, at the time that all of this was going on, we were hearing very clearly from very many people who took that view, including people like international human rights organisations who are concerned about a potential violation of the right to peaceful protest. Equally, we heard
concerned about the rights of Jewish students and academics in your university?
Equally, we heard from a lot of people who thought that the consequences that emerged from this were not severe enough. That there is a spectrum of views on this. As I said, I stand by both the integrity of those disciplinary processes and the outcomes that were imposed as being proportionate to the circumstances.
Gillian Siegel said that anti-Semitism is systemic and embedded within our university campuses. Do you think it's systemic and embedded within the University of Melbourne?
I have the greatest respect for the work that the Special Envoy is undertaking, and I respect the view that she has come to. I struggle to accept that characterisation of our university. It's simply not what I see and hear as I move around every day. And in fact, I think you can get a sense of the sentiment around our university from some of the recent events. You may be aware that after the incursion into Stephen Prow's office, the academic board, which is the entire professoriate of the university, spoke unequivocally and emphatically against against the incursion into Stephen Prow's office and against anti-Semitism. As I move around the university, the vast, vast majority of our staff and students share the concern that we have as its leadership about the rise of anti-Semitism.
Yet these events are occurring. It's not every day that you get called before a parliamentary committee and have to, we're not talking about anti-Semitism in the round here. This is an inquiry into anti-Semitism on university campuses. And this has become such a concerning development that you're now here and answering questions. And I feel a bit sorry for you because you've only acting in the VC role and you've had a bit of a tough week, I understand. Do you understand that the gravity of the situation and the understanding that we are concerned that anti-Semitism isn't just something that's externally happening to your university, but is something that potentially is being fostered from within?
Absolutely. There is absolutely no question. Anti-Semitism is a society-wide problem. There is no reason to think that universities uniquely stand apart from it. We have been challenged in the same way that society has. What I would say, though, from a different perspective, is that we accept our responsibility, shared with every other institution in society, but we have a responsibility to be dealing with anti-Semitism. And I would observe as well that I think we have a particular contribution to make to dealing with anti-Semitism from universities, which is why we focused over the course of the year on what we have to do through education and through making sure that we are modelling respectful debate and dialogue and so on at all times to make sure that universities are the places where these sorts of things can be aired, can be debated, but without the kind of activity that we've seen on our campuses over the last year. But we could not be clearer about the gravity of the situation, and we could not be firmer in our resolve in relation to our own responsibility in that situation.
John Monash once held the role that you're acting in now as Vice-Chancellor at the University of Melbourne. 130 years ago, he attended your university as a Jewish student. Mm-hmm. What do you think he would make of the situation at University of Melbourne today, where we've got Jewish students feeling intimidated, where we have academics having their offices invaded?
Mm-hmm. I am in no doubt that all of our Jewish staff and students find the current situation to be of great concern. I know this through speaking with them. I know this through everything that we hear. It is not a situation that any of us at the University of Melbourne, or I think across the sector, would find tolerable, that any Jewish student or staff member would encounter a difficult situation as they go about their study or their work on our campuses. That is not a tolerable situation to us, and we are putting all of our effort into making sure that our campuses are safe and welcoming.
Mm. It seems that we've gone backwards quite a bit over the last 100 years in that regard at the University of Melbourne, unfortunately. But I don't know if we want to throw to some others before we continue.
We'll go Kylie Tink.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Chair. Actually, my question is to both universities, and I might just start with the University of New South Wales, if I might please, Professor first, to give Professor Phillips a bit of a breather. Can you please, I think one of the things that strikes me consistently in these conversations and the testimony we've heard is the problem with being able to measure what is actually happening on campus. We've just heard the discussion from University of Melbourne about, is it the reports from staff, is it the complaints you get? Can you please help me understand what you're currently doing at the University of New South Wales to gauge how prevalent the issue of anti-Semitism or any form of racism is on your campuses, and whether you have plans for work in that area going forward, how you see that evolving in light of what we've experienced in the last 18 months?
Yes, thank you for that question. And you're right, it's not as simple as just looking at the amount of complaints you get, because for a whole range of reasons. So whilst we do measure incidences through our complaints management and investigation systems, through our conduct and integrity unit, and interestingly at UNSW, we have seen a rise in complaints since October the 7th, quite a significant rise, and so we're obviously concerned about that. But we don't just look at formal complaints reporting mechanisms, because that doesn't really tell the whole story, and we know about how people don't always report what they see for a whole range of reasons. So we also meet with Jewish students and Jewish staff representatives regularly. We work closely with Jewish staff and Jewish students in particular so that we know their lived experiences on the ground. One of the things that I've been most pleased about this year, in a really trying year and a really difficult year for so many of us, is that we've actually met with Jewish students and Arab students to talk about building cultural dialogue at the university. They want to start with students first. They want the university to convene this because they feel it's important for a neutral agent or neutral facilitator to convene this. But the students themselves are wanting to come to the table to talk about how can we develop a safer dialogue across difference, and so that we can actually change the ways that we integrate on this issue, that we interact on this issue. So I think there's been some really interesting progress made in that space. Having said that, in terms of just making sure that our complaint systems are working correctly, since the 7th of October last year, we've increased resourcing across complaints management at UNSW. We've increased personnel in our conduct and integrity team. We've increased security on our campus in order to ensure psychosocial safety, and we've increased resources that are going to our counselling for staff and students. We've also invested heavily in a Speak Up campaign, which is all about building a culture to speak up. And we now have a single portal where all complaints across the university can be lodged, including anonymous complaints. And that's really important too, because then you have to be able to take on board anonymous complaints. And that also enables us to see if there are any areas across the university where specific types of complaints are being reported, even if that's anonymous.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that? Do you publish that data in any way? Do you report back to students and key stakeholders in how that's tracking?
Absolutely. So when a complaint is lodged, particularly a code of conduct complaint, we absolutely would say there's obviously, as Professor Phillips has already outlined, a due process that we must undertake. So we must give the respondent due process, and there must be confidentiality while the complaint is active. But we absolutely communicate directly with the complainant throughout that process. And part of the additional resourcing that's gone into our conduct integrity unit is to ensure that that happens in a timely manner. In relation to public reporting, yes. So we have an annual report through our complaint and integrity unit, where again we don't speak to specifics because that's around confidentiality, but we report the number of complaints, we report the number of actions taken, and that's included also in our gender violence reporting. And that's been happening for a couple of years now.
Can I just ask?
And do you foresee there being? Oh, sorry. Do you foresee there being any significant changes in that process in the coming 12 months, given what you've seen?
We've responded since October the 7th. We've made significant changes. We've been noticing, as all people have, rising activities of anti-Semitism, but not just anti-Semitism, just more generally racist activity. This is something that's happening globally. It's something that's happening in our society, and universities are but a microcosm of broader social concerns at the moment in terms of social cohesion. So we have noticed that, and because of that, we have proactively addressed the issues through revising our anti-racism policy at the university explicitly to include anti-religious vilification and give that policy more teeth. And we've also explicitly revised our code of conduct to better spell out what sort of behaviour we expect in the context of free speech, and how should free speech actually be exercised at a university, both in terms of academic research and teaching, but also in terms of student activity. So we've been having, I suppose, an iterative process in order to respond to what we see as rising incidences of racist and anti-Semitic activity across the culture more broadly.
So I'm just going to jump in there. Thank you so much for that answer, Professor Firth. So on your annual reporting of the complaints process, how long have you been doing that for?
I'll have to take that on notice because, as I said it, I'm new to the university, so I don't know if it preceded me, but we can take that on notice. But it definitely happens because I read the report myself, and it goes up on the website and it's freely and publicly available.
And I mean, why is it important to publicly and transparently outline what the outcomes are of complaint processes are?
Because transparency drives trust. So it's about trust in the complaints process and knowing that your voice is being heard. And it's also an accountability measure. Now, the minute you start to actually run a campaign like our Speak Up campaign, where we're encouraging people to speak up, you know your complaints will go up, right? And in fact, it's a good thing to see your complaints go up, at least in the first instance. Over time, of course, you want complaints to go down. But part of creating that culture of trust, and that culture is the transparency of reporting on complaints and showing that you're not afraid of having complaints go up as long as you're making sure that actions are being taken and that there are consequences to breaches of code of conduct.
And what sort of consequences of the UNSW, what sort of consequences has there been at UNSW?
Again, there is obviously confidentiality arrangements around the actions.
Definitely don't go into people's names or anything like that.
Yeah, in terms of the actions that we take, but dependent on the gravity of the offence, the consequences can be anything from being spoken to, making sure that the person understands the gravity of the situation and understands, and sometimes we do education processes with particularly if they're a student, we actually talk about positive education experiences so that they understand the gravity of what they're doing. We like to feel with our student body that there is a teaching moment. Yeah. So where the offences are not, severe, we'll obviously look at that as a teaching moment, but it can be all the way through to suspension and exclusion from the university if that's what the conduct requires.
Has that happened? Has someone been suspended or excluded from the university in these sorts of incidents?
Not to my knowledge in the time that I've been here, but I can take that on notice.
That would be really useful. I'll just go to the Deputy Chair for one question.
Thank you, Professor Thurth. Just on your complaints process, how long would you typically anticipate that a process would take to complete? Obviously, it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string, but what is the, how long would a complainant typically have to wait to get a response from the university?
I might get my colleague David Cross to talk to the specifics on that, but as I said, we very deliberately invested in additional resourcing so that it is a reasonable time, because what we know from complaints is that, again, in order to build trust and in order to build confidence in the system, you need to have a tight turnaround for response and as tight a turnaround as you can for action to occur. Of course, that is absolutely how long is a piece of string, because depending on the behaviour of the respondent and what the respondent decides to do, that can also mean that the process is truncated, can take longer. But I'll throw to David Cross for additional specifics.
Yeah, thanks. And Deputy Chair, essentially just echoing what Professor Firth has said, the response is always very rapid in terms of communicating with the complainant, in terms of how long it takes for action. Again, sometimes you're talking a matter of weeks, sometimes you're talking a matter of months. It does largely depend on a whole range of kind of variables, including the actions of the person who is the subject of the complaint in terms of what they take. But we always are very, very careful at UNSW to make sure that response time is extremely fast. The one thing I would say is in the vast majority of complaints, you're seeing a resolution in a reasonably rapid time frame of within a couple of months. But again, there are always outliers to that. So it just depends.
Thank you, Chair.
I think we'll probably go on to the next witnesses after that. But I wanted to thank you both for coming here today and for your evidence and for your action in tackling anti-Semitism on university. The committee requests the questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by 13 January 2025. We appreciate you coming in today and for making time. If there are any other further questions or if there are further things that the committee wants to raise, then we raised it in the last hearings that we may call universities back, but we'll see how we go in January. And on that note, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll just pause for a moment while we allow the next lot of universities to come up to the table. Henry said he's going to be there for the 22nd. All right, you happy with that? All right, sorry about that. We're just talking amongst ourselves. All right, all good? Broadcasting, thumbs up. Very good. I now welcome representatives from Monash University, Deakin University and the University of Adelaide via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with Monash University.
Sharon Pickering, Vice-Chancellor and President, Monash University.
Welcome.
Ian Martin, Vice-Chancellor, Deakin University.
Welcome. And then online, I believe, University of Adelaide.
Yes, John Williams, Provost, University of Adelaide, and Professor Peter Hoyes en route.
En route, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, no worries. All right, we'll now invite you to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of them, we'll open up for questions and we'll start in the same order. We'll go with Monash University.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. In September, I remarked to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee that since October 7, I have never before witnessed the anguish I have seen written on the faces of my colleagues and of my students. We have learned much in these past 14 months as we have worked with unwavering commitment, dedicated resources and clarity of university purpose to combat rising anti-Semitism with concerted action. We continue to do that as a university community and as a valued part of broader communities. Expectations of staff and student conduct have been clear, defensible and enforced. We did not permit those outside our community to use our campus as a site for political agitation or worse. It is neither appropriate nor desirable to suppress speech that is merely offensive, but we have repeatedly taken action against speech that was harmful, whether harassing or vilifying or otherwise prescribed. And we took action against those who crossed the line, both within and beyond our university community. We worked with Victoria Police throughout and sought expert advice where necessary. We maintained all operations of the university and community events, and we responded to everyone who sought a response. Since that time, we have taken the opportunity to make amendments to strengthen regulations, policies and procedures where they were needed. We worked as a whole university, a university that enjoys what we understand to be the largest Jewish population and one of the largest Muslim populations of any Australian university. At the heart of everything we did, and we continue to do, is genuine dialogue. Monash began its work on our approach to working with students long before October 7 last year. My predecessors had established a Vice-Chancellor's Forum where elected student leaders come together with the Vice-Chancellor and other members of the senior executive. Most importantly, immediately following October 7, I met with leaders of the Monash Jewish Student Society and the Australasian Union of Jewish Students. We asked them what they needed, and we took all available steps to meet those needs. Importantly, those student leaders specifically and repeatedly asked that all students affected by the conflict should also benefit from more flexible academic arrangements and other measures taken to help Jewish students. Because we were also working with other leading student organisations, we were able to do that. Members and senators, peace or social cohesion is not the absence of conflict or an encampment. Universities cannot settle for students and colleagues not offending or harming one another, even though on our worst days that can seem like quite a lofty ambition. Universities must instead fulfil their purpose. They exist to develop the leaders of tomorrow and the evidence, the mechanisms and the processes to resolve intractable conflicts, to move forward during the deepest disagreement, to create the foundations of responsibility, accountability and justice, and to realise those vital principles. Most of all, universities are places where we come up with the ideas and ways to do what seems unimaginable or impossible anywhere else. So universities have both the opportunity and the responsibility to combat anti-Semitism, and to do so in ways that build campus and social cohesion and that prepare our students and our colleagues for the active roles they take in this society and beyond in resolving conflict and building peace. For I have great expectations of and faith in my colleagues and in my students as the future leaders of this world in the great tradition of both Sir John Monash and of the university. Delivering meaningful change requires more than words of condemnation. It requires tangible actions. It requires engagement with those who may be disenfranchised, and particularly with those who are and will be most affected by the decisions taken. It requires us to bring people together when every pressure is to stay apart. That is why we announced back in May an initial $1 million investment for the Campus Cohesion Initiative, co-led by Associate Professor David Sluky and Dr Susan Carland. This work involves an interdisciplinary team to investigate anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and related prejudice, and to develop and test programs that support cohesion across Monash's campuses, with potential application to other contexts. It is why we have supported the development of the Monash Initiative for Rapid Research into Anti-Semitism that involves a series of short, discrete research projects, each examining a specific area of endeavour, such as government, education or the media, to establish how to identify, counteract and prevent anti-Semitism. It is why we are supporting Dr Dan Haller and Dr Farid Zaid and the Brave Conversations Lab that brings together experts in history, philosophy, education, psychology and neuroscience with students and teachers to engage courageously in meaningful and constructive conversations about the most pressing issues of our time. Just last week, more than 60 academics from across Monash were involved in just this training. It is why we trained and are continuing to train our university leadership and frontline personnel on anti-Semitism. Throughout all of this, we have maintained dialogue with students and staff, even when some have walked away and found it too difficult. We will maintain ways for every student and colleague to continue dialogue in whatever way they can, and we are striving to find new ways to increase the numbers who participate and the depth of their engagement. Our unwavering and abiding commitment is to listen and to engage deeply and to move forward. The future generation of leaders needs to see us, all of us here, demonstrate that countering prejudice is not a zero-sum game and that peace is not the absence of conflict, but rather that social cohesion is a process that we must all work to build and maintain. While clear and defensible boundaries and their enforcement are foundational, and the safety of colleagues and students are non-negotiable, the real work of the university is the active, often incremental support and engagement of all academics, professional staff and students in deep understanding, in the daily cultivation of human and intellectual curiosity in one another, in the value of evidence, in a pedagogy of care and in an abiding commitment to a future that is better than today. And I finish by noting it was Sir John Monash himself that remarked, "The best hope for Australia is the ballot box and a good education." Thank you.
Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. Professor Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair and Senators. Let me say first, gathering as we do just days after the despicable terrorist firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue and the attacks in Sydney, that such acts may have occurred in Australia is a dark marker indeed. Those atrocities merit nothing but our total commitment as leaders in civil society to root out anti-Semitism wherever it may fester. And, as I said in my opening remarks to the hearings of this inquiry's predecessor, Deakin University unequivocally condemns the rise of anti-Semitism we have witnessed over the past 12 months. Such prejudice and hatred is abhorrent and has no place in a modern multicultural Australian society. It must be that simple. From the moment of the October 7th attacks, carried out by terrorists, to the destruction, pain and sadness and loss that has followed, it has been a time that has tested the very foundations of our society, our humanity, and the will to find cohesion and strength in our national story. It's also been a time where we've witnessed an ugliness arise across our nation, where anger has too often given way to vitriol and hatred. And for Deakin, this period has tested us in ways never before experienced, indeed perhaps ways never envisaged by those who've sat in my seat previously. The events and experiences of the Deakin community throughout has brought myself and our leadership team both tremendous hope and abject dismay. Acting and reacting as we have at all times, we have sought to balance that right to a public discourse on the most trying and emotionally fraying of issues, those contentious to many, with the equal and absolute right of a campus open and safe for all. A campus where the battle is between ideas, not between ourselves, and most of all, where a battle in the truest sense of academic spirit is upheld, rather than acrimony, where the cloud of anti-Semitism loos. I do not proclaim we've done everything perfectly, far from it. But I and we welcome being here as a chance to discuss the facts and the way forward, putting to rest much misreporting and diffusion that various actors have sought to exploit in service of their agenda. Exploit, knowing full well the limitations of the university, to correct the record. As I and our team have made clear as possible throughout this trying period, in the white-hot light of current events, the cherished right to protest and political speech, a right that occupies a deserved pedestal in our democracy, must be protected. But so too must a campus free of prejudice. Both before these current events, under the spotlight of this committee, and subsequently, Deakin has worked assiduously to ensure our policies and procedures are fit for purpose. At Deakin, we pay close regard to the principles of the IHRA International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, and at the same time we are now working collegially to develop a shared definition as referenced by my colleagues last week. This was our first experience as a university of such encampments, and while our processes often held up well, we have learnt much to change policies where needed and to be better prepared and ready to respond in the future. As universities, we should and must be shining lights of example. As we witness anti-Semitism rise, we must set the standard through our actions and living our deals in practice, and not merely using words. That is what we have sought to do. In our own actions, through working with colleagues and more recently engaging with the Special Envoy, have all led to invaluable gains for us. I welcome any and all meaningful, practical and well-intentioned work in this space, and really look forward to trusting this committee to play a positive role in taking this forward. But as I did in the previous inquiry hearings, I close on the note that universities are just one part of a society witness to too great a rise in hatred. The collapse of social cohesion and the race of too many to the most extreme positions when they are unable to even contemplate the intrinsic worth and humanity of those who think differently is a cancer to any free, pluralistic and multicultural nation. How universities such as Deakin work with our partners to tackle this scourge should rightfully be front and centre, as must the work of our wider community, civic actors and parliaments. As I wrote in a recent op-ed, the ease and anonymity with which actors of ill intent were able to harness the power of social media to divide our community and feed a sense of prejudice and opposition to any shared ties that bind was stark and profoundly troubling. Comfort in social cohesion must never be complacency in social cohesion and shared values. For our society, that presents a dark path to chart, and for a university, it is an affront to our purpose of knowledge and education. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Martin. University of Adelaide.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to acknowledge that we are joining from the lands of the Kaurna people, where our university campuses are located, and we regret very much not to be there with you in person, as we currently have stepped out from a university council meeting that is in progress. The University of Adelaide recognises anti-Semitism as an enduring and harmful attitude towards Jewish people that must not be tolerated in our free and democratic country. The university continues to be deeply troubled by the reported increase in anti-Semitic conduct in Australia and indeed worldwide. We remain committed to addressing such conduct on our campuses as effectively as possible. The university welcomes the opportunity to provide feedback to the inquiry and to outline some of the matters that are taking place at the University of Adelaide. Like my colleagues, the university condemns anti-Semitism and other forms of hate. As a member of the Group of Eight, we have been actively involved in the Group of Eight's collaborative work with Special Envoy Ms. Gillian de Gaulle, AO, to create a working definition of anti-Semitism for use at Australian universities. This was spoken about in detail at the 29th of November hearing by Vicky Thompson, the Chief Executive of the Group of Eight. To highlight some of the actions taken by the university this year, we have replaced our old student misconduct rules with a student code of conduct and a new student misconduct policy. We worked with our Jewish community to implement measures to foster a safer and supportive environment. And we have ensured a robust, safer campus community complaint process to provide a pathway for reporting any concerns or complaints about the behaviour and conduct of others within the university community. It is also worth noting that in 2022, the university established an integrity unit, a specialist unit where complaints can be raised through the Safer Campus Community reporting process, both anonymously and as an identified complainant. The integrity unit manages complex and sensitive issues, including anti-Semitism, racism, and discrimination. Our goal is to create a working definition of anti-Semitism that is suitable for the Australian context, drawing on existing published definitions. The G of 8 has in its work drawn on the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance and recommendations of anti-Semitism task forces at Columbia University, Stanford University, Harvard University, and New York University. It will align the language and considerations relevant to Australia while also respecting lawful freedom of speech and academic freedom. An agreed definition of anti-Semitism will assist the university to deliver and inform best practice in our policies and procedures. We deeply understand that anti-Semitism is a broader societal issue that extends beyond university campuses, and we are committed to working closely with our stakeholders to address anti-Semitism in our universities and wider society. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Professor. I'm going to start with Professor Pickering and then I'll come to you, Professor Hoy. Professor Pickering, one thing you mentioned in your opening statement, which really stood out to me, was your engagement with students. Can you talk about how Monash University and specifically yourself as the Vice-Chancellor engages with not just the Jewish students but students affected by the conflict overseas?
Sure, I'm happy to do so. In the days following October 7, I actually wasn't the Vice-Chancellor at that stage. I was the interim provost, but in that role, we reached out to the Monash Jewish Student Society, otherwise known as Monjas, and invited them in for a meeting in order to understand what was happening, what they were experiencing, what they were seeing, but particularly what they needed. Really, it was about us relying on them and their experience within their own community to define what the issues were and to find what was needed. They requested a range of things, not a particularly large range, and to be frank, not a particularly significant range, but they were in essence accommodations for students who at that stage were heading in towards exams. Yeah. They described students who were afraid, particularly to come on public transport to come to campus, and also who was simply carrying a very significant burden in the days and weeks following October 7. And so simply managing that in that moment. And so we made a series of accommodation. The president of Monash at that time and indeed the vice president were both quite extraordinary, and they said, we do not wish for any of these provisions to be solely the preserve of Jewish students, any student, because by that stage it was clear there was going to be an unfolding conflict, that they would be available to everyone. We continued to meet with those students. I have met with them multiple times, both in that previous role and then as my role as Vice-Chancellor, but also the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education has taken on the role of also engaging with them. From recollection, we had over the period around about a dozen formal meetings with that group, and we also had a series of other meetings with affected registered student societies at the university at that time to make sure that we were doing everything we could to meet their needs as well.
Just to be clear, so roughly since October 7, including yourself as a Vice-Chancellor, university leadership has had around a dozen meetings with Jewish student.
Yeah, well, that'd be a dozen formal meetings, and there'd be plenty of phone calls, informal contacts, emails, etc. on top of that. I don't have a quantity with that, but it would be a not insignificant number.
And the point of those meetings was really to ask students, what do you need? How can we support you? How can we help get you through this period?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And then obviously, not just the Jewish students are affected by this, this terrible conflict. I mean, you would have similar engagement with students who are from the Islamic community or from the Palestinian community as well.
That's right. So we have had, we've worked through a range of registered student societies, and we've attempted to engage throughout that period. Some of those engagements have been more successful than others, and we've also maintained very strong engagement with the peak student representative bodies in the student associations, and that's been both through formal meetings but also informal contact.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Monash University was the first university to dismantle the encampments in Australia, or one of the first?
I would have to check the exact time frame on that, but we had an encampment that ran from May the 1st to May the 17th.
And what can you attribute to the way in which you were able to dismantle the encampments? How did you do it?
So first I should be clear, we did not dismantle the encampment. The students who were encamped there decided to pack up. What we saw, and I think it's important, that none of our registered student societies were engaged in the encampment at Monash. They were different configurations of students that were there. We were very clear. The first few days of that encampment were deeply unpleasant, and we saw some unacceptable and unpleasant behaviour. We took a series of steps in relation to that, and that included, if you like, two key groups. Student actors, so students of Monash that were involved in behaviour that we believe crossed the line, and then, if you like, non-students or members that weren't part of our community. For members that weren't part of the community, we formally excluded 7 of those people from our campus, and they are not permitted to ever come back onto our campus. We temporarily excluded at least another 20 actors that came onto our campus during that period. In addition to that, 11 students were subject to misconduct proceedings. While those proceedings were underway, they were not permitted to return to the encampment site of the university without further penalty. So I would attribute a couple of things. It had perhaps a different level of engagement than was the case in other contexts. The way in which we managed misconduct, and particularly external actors, perhaps differed. I think that the provisions we put around those students affected during the disciplinary proceedings were a little different, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't remark that our geographical location probably played some part as well.
Thanks, Professor. I'm going to just take a broader question. And the Deputy Chair asked one before, which I think is an important question around the systemic nature of anti-Semitism. And you mentioned in your opening statement that you've got the largest Jewish population. For full transparency, I used to be one of the students at Monash University. How systemic do you believe anti-Semitism is at universities, and including at Monash University as well?
I believe anti-Semitism is systemic in Australian society, of which universities are a part. It is impossible we would have seen a synagogue burned and cars burned in the past week if it was not systemic.
Thanks, Vice-Chancellor. I'm going to go to the Professor Hoy. That's how you pronounce your name, Professor?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, apologies if it was mispronounced. Professor,
Perfect.
How many times have you met with Jewish students?
I have not met with Jewish students to my recollection, partly because we are in the midst of a university merger where we're merging the University of South Australia and the University of Adelaide, in addition to looking after our foundation universities. But I have had my senior staff with Jewish students on several occasions.
So because the university merged with South Australia, you chose not to meet with Jewish students? It wasn't that I cannot remember having been asked to personally meet with them, but I think that is likely. The decision we made was to make sure that a meeting could be in place very early. And I also understand that my staff have been incredibly responsive, including our provost, John Williams, who's joining with me here today. So you would get regular reports from your senior administrators on their meetings with Jewish students?
We, during the whole period, had a very large incident management group that met every day. There would have been in the order of 15 people on that group, devoting hours daily on trying to manage this situation to ensure that no one in campus were harmed during the engagement period. And I got regular feedback on that, and mostly daily feedback.
And has there been any incidents of concern on campus around anti-Semitism?
Yes, I mean, our Jewish students have raised concerns with the university.
How many times?
Sorry?
How many times?
I cannot tell you exactly how many times that has happened. Perhaps I could help you there if I may.
I'm trying to make sure we just because we've got the virtual video thing. So I'm just going to just ask a question, then I'll let you answer. Professor Williams. Sorry. So I'll come back to you in a second, Professor Williams. So is it possible for the university to come back to the committee outlining the number of times that Jewish students has raised concerns with the university?
Yes, that should be possible, absolutely.
Thank you. Professor Williams.
Look, thank you very much. And I should say, as the Vice-Chancellor said, I also had the opportunity to meet with the Jewish Community Council of South Australia, including the Australasian Union students during the height of the encounter in May, and also met with the 5AA group as well during the thing. In terms of during misconduct events during the encampment, we had 9 reports related to 9 individuals. We had 23 reports relating to 9 individuals, 2 members of the public and 7 members of school. So the 2 members of the public using the authority of the university and policy and procedures have been excluded indefinitely from the university campus. They're not welcome. And now in terms of the 9 students during that event, the misconducts were taken. 1 student was issued with an interim exclusion and was referred to the student conduct tribunal. And that conduct was considered and a sanction was provided. And in the case of 6 other students, there was a formal process taken, but there was no formal finding of misconduct. These were misconducts, these were not anti-Semitic activities.
Professor Williams, I'm very sorry. We're having a little bit of trouble with the audio, and there's not much we can do. But Professor Hoy, you were a bit clearer. I'm not sure if the microphone is sort of closer to you or something like that. But if you perhaps, perhaps for the benefit of the committee, if you can provide the details of the engagement and the complaints with the committee on notice, Professor Williams, that would be very much appreciated. But I'm going to come back I'm coming back to the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Hoy. So, are you aware of the incident on the 4th of August, I believe it was 2022, where there was an article published in the ONDIT student magazine?
Yes, I'm certainly aware of that.
Pardon?
I'm certainly aware of that.
Okay. And then you're aware that on the 1st of September, following that article, the Jewish students went to the Student Representative Council where they were asking for the removal of that article, which clearly had incendiary and, I mean, I can read out some of the things, but I don't think it's particularly helpful. But it was a clearly anti-Semitic article and a clearly incendiary article, where they asked to have it removed from the internet. Are you aware of what happened at that student council meeting?
No, and it's that was one of the times where I was in leave. There was an acting vice chancellor, but it was taken very, very seriously by the university. Obviously, OND is part of our student union, which is not directly controlled by the university. But sure, we work very hard to try to settle the uncomfortable fallout from that article, which of course we as a university would see as.
Let's be more transparent. The article originally said, "Glory to the Intifada, glory to the resistance, death to Israel, and inshallah it will be merciless." Jewish students go to a student union meeting. They were then taunted, laughed at, and had an outright dismissal of their concern. Students were screaming death to Israel in their faces. Other council members ridiculed them when they asked the SRC to refrain from speaking on behalf of Jews. I mean, it was a pretty serious incident. One student had a panic attack and had trouble sleeping. Was the university aware of this incident?
I'm sure we were aware of it. Yes, we were, and we.
Did you get a report about it, Professor?
Sorry?
Did you get a report about it?
I was aware when I came back from leave that these things were happening. The university has been very upset about the publication of that particular article. Was not legally in a position to do anything about it. Sure. The article has subsequently been retracted, but it took far too long to happen.
So I'm just trying to get a picture here, Professor. You were on leave. You come back. There's been this incident at the University of Adelaide where Jewish students are screamed at after trying to engage in a student process. You get told about it. Your first thought is not to go, well, maybe I'll sit down and see how the Jewish students are and I'll talk to them myself?
I did not do that, but we have staff at
why didn't you do that?
Level that have been very engaged.
Sure, but you're the vice chancellor, Professor. Why didn't you do that?
I believe that others were doing that very well. It was not an active decision not to do it. I wasn't asked to do it. In hindsight, if you tell me that I should actually have sought out those students, I would have to agree with you that would have been a better course of action than having my very experienced engaging with the students.
Yeah. I'm more just trying to understand, Professor. I mean, we had evidence from Monash University where since October 7, there's been 12 engagements directly with university leadership, many other informal engagements. The engagements weren't to, to deal with a particular incident that you were made aware of. They were a proactive engagement with students to try and ensure that there is, some sort of effort to work with students that wasn't just relating to Jewish students either. And I'm just interested as to why you didn't do that and why you haven't prioritised that and why your university have had incidents like this and it wasn't enough to prompt you to reach out to Jewish students?
We have had an enormous amount of reach out to Jewish students, but it has happened at my provost or deputy level and not at my level personally. And in hindsight, maybe that should have happened, but delegating it to them was a way of accelerating the reach out. And we have, when the students have come and asked us for certain accommodations, we have very quickly made accommodations to the students, such as finding places that they feel that they can safely exist on campus.
Professor, what about so also did August or did the Jewish students at Adelaide ever directly ask for a meeting with you?
I cannot recall that. It is possible that I have, and we will come back to you on that.
It may be worth checking on whether on Wednesday, the 31st of August 2022, that you were asked of a meeting personally, and if there are any other incidents where you were personally asked of a meeting. Because then your evidence before about actively deciding not to meet with them would be not true.
Sorry, I never want to be untruthful, so if there's anything that has to be cleared up, I would like to clear it up now.
All right, if we can check that there wasn't any specific requests of Jewish students meeting with you, including on the 31st of August 2022 and others, that would be very much appreciated. And I'd ask you again, maybe for the benefit of the committee, have you ever actively decided that you weren't going to meet with Jewish students?
I do not know. It's possible that I have, and I thought I gave that answer before.
Okay. Vice-Chancellor.
Clearly, if there has been a request on Wednesday, August 22, to meet with me, and it hasn't happened, there must have been an active decision for me not to meet with.
Okay. That's a different answer. That's a different answer to before, but we'll move on. What about?
I'm very clear that if there were a different answer before, it was because I didn't formulate myself well. Quite clearly, if there was a request for me to meet with Jewish students and it didn't happen, I must have made an active decision to not meet with them. If I were alerted to that request, that date is one where I likely was not even Vice-Chancellor, would have been acting Vice-Chancellor on that day.
Professor, what about, and if you can come back to us if there were any other direct requests from Jewish student leaders to meet with you directly, that would be very useful. What about other incidents? I mean, obviously, how do you track anti-Semitism on campus?
Through very, very close contact and outreach from many people in our Division of Academic and Student Engagement. We are in constant contact with the student union, which we don't control, going back to the on-D issue. And we also, of course, have established an integrity unit where, as I said in my opening remarks, where people can make anonymous complaints. And we take that very, very seriously.
And what
exactly to enable students to make their concerns known to us.
I have had reports that the integrity unit is an important and a good unit. And what have they found, Professor?
Well, they have found that clearly that there is concern. Some students have said that they don't feel safe on campus. I can understand why that is. To my knowledge, in the complaints that have been made, there has been no direct finding of anti-Semitic behaviour in those investigations. Again, I would have to come back to you to verify that this is a correct statement. But there has been findings, as Professor Williams has said before, about people being disruptive in their behaviour on campus.
Has there been an increase in anti-Semitic activities since October 7 at the University of Adelaide?
After the encampment, we have seen a decline in complaints from students. It doesn't mean that there hasn't been an increase in anti-Semitic behaviour, but as judged by the number of complaints that we've had, we would have to judge that there hasn't been.
Do your staff, have you met with any Jewish staff about this, Professor?
No, I haven't met with any Jewish staff knowingly.
Okay.
I would like to put on the record that we took enormous care during the encampment to make the university as safe as at all possible. As I said, we have an incident management group that met every day. It took an enormous amount of resources. I directed an enormous amount of resources towards managing this situation and towards making sure that students felt as safe as they possibly could under those difficult conditions.
How do you transparently report about your activity in terms of dealing with complaints?
We do that transparently through our People and Culture Committee, which is a subcommittee of our council.
And how does that work?
What do you mean, how does it work?
Well, you said we do it through our committee, so I'm just understanding how do you do it?
So the Integrity Unit will regularly provide a report to our People and Culture Committee, which then at a subsequent council meeting reports what happened on that committee, as is common practice for subcommittees. Secondly, we also have annual reports about student misconduct matters presented to the council, for the council to have an oversight of how we're tracking. And obviously, in a student body of some 30,000 students and maybe 7,000 staff in the payroll, there will be, on an annual basis, a number of complaints about behaviour that complainants find undesirable. But I would have to say it's a very small number relative to the big body of individuals that we have in our community.
Sure. So how do you instill confidence in the community and in students by outlining publicly the outcomes of the complaint processes?
To the extent that it's possible for us to outline the outcome of individual processes.
I'm not asking for an individual case. I'm asking for, if someone makes a complaint, the university has a choice. Do they either outline and as part of your complaints process, the university has a choice. Do we say, here's how many complaints there were, this is the outcomes, make that publicly available so that if students want to make a complaint in the future, they can know that that's going to be taken seriously and there's some sort of transparency and accountability measure. And I'm asking you, Professor, how do you do that? Yeah. There's a committee that you mentioned, but I'm still unclear as to whether or not you do any transparency measures.
Transparency measures, for example, we publish now annually publicly a report on all the incidents and complaints that we have against sexual harassment and misconduct. That's a new development that we have just published and made public. In terms of our incidents and of complaints and outcomes that we are not making publicly available.
So, okay, this is my last question, and then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. So, if you can come back to us with the number of times that students have requested to meet with the university, specifically yourself, Vice-Chancellor, that would be very useful. It would be also very useful. I don't want the names of individual complaints. Right? I don't want to infringe on anyone's privacy, and let me make that very clear. But if there have been complaints, it would be very useful to know how many complaints there have been made and the outcomes of those complaints, and what's happened to them, and what the plan is for the university to ensure that those complaints, or that complaints process is made public in the future. Is that possible?
Of course, it's possible to come back to you, and we will do so.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are to Professor Pickering and Professor Martin, just in relation to the encampments. It seems that both your universities were very quick to act on the encampments and seem to have them, packed down fairly quickly. And it seems to me, from looking just briefly then at the public statements that were made and the media coverage surrounding them, that the university didn't actually provide any concessions to the protesters or the if you call them that, those involved in the encampment. Is that correct?
We worked in a committed fashion to, first of all, ensure that we did all the things that the university needs to do in terms of our operations, but also deeply respecting the right to protest, but making sure that boundaries were not crossed in terms of our established codes of conduct. As I mentioned to you before, the encampment at Monash was not led by one of our registered student associations. So when demands were made of us, we suggested to those students they should direct their concerns through the registered student societies, and as a result of that, they were not brought forward to us.
Okay. And
so no
concession. No. And was that the experience at Deakin as well?
So from very early on in the encampment, we erected a barrier around the encampment and provided pathways for students to take that would provide a path away so that they did not feel threatened.
Was I right in reading, Professor, that I imagine the encampment was in a major thoroughfare?
It was in a major thoroughfare, and we were lucky that where it was that we were able to provide alternative pathways. We focused on making sure that the campus was as safe as possible, reflected on health and safety legislation where we needed to. Mm-hmm. And the campus lasted from the 7th to the 24th of May. That it was taken down by the students themselves. We didn't have to forcibly take it down, but no concessions were made.
Okay. Because it's concerning to me that a lot of the universities produced joint statements or made other concessions that some of them have financial implications for the university, others involve concessions around enrolments, but it seems that others were able to do it in a way that didn't require any concession.
We took the view that there are ways of engaging with the university through our well-established, very well-run Students' Association where democratically elected representatives could take the part. There are elected student members of our academic board and our governing body. Again, that provides a democratic way for that student voice. And we, again, as Monash did, encourage them to use that path if they wish to raise grievances, not go down another path.
Well, that's right. But if the outcome of establishing an encampment and issuing demands, and then that's acquiesced to by the university, wouldn't that just encourage future behaviour like that in the future?
That was a view that Deakin took. It's impossible to comment on the management decision made by other institutions, but that was absolutely our view.
Okay. And just for you, Professor Martin, on I've got information on an incident here in which and this came to us through the Executive Council of Australian Jury, that a student at the university felt threatened by an incident. I won't outline the phrase that was used, but repeatedly shouted at the student, and I'm sure you're aware of the incident. But the student involved, I understand, was suspended, but then the suspension was overturned. Do you want to, without
So I won't name, but I can go into non-name details. So the language that was chanted was utterly unacceptable. And when I became aware of the video, I publicly and to the entire Deakin University condemned that action. And having identified the student went into our misconduct process on the basis of what was clearly unacceptable language used. The initial complaint procedure went through and there was a penalty for the student on the basis of that unacceptable behaviour. There was an appeal by the student on procedural grounds, and I don't want to go into the exact details, but the finding of unacceptable behaviour was substantiated. That was not retracted, and I think that's a really important part of this. For complex reasons which related to a penalty that had already partly been served, the second penalty was different.
Okay. How long was that process at Deakin? So from complaint being made, was there a complaint that was made, or was it something that the university initiated off its own bat?
We initiated that. Okay. Having been made aware of video evidence of the event, we initiated that.
Okay. And from that point, from your initiation to, I understand a suspension was issued. We won't worry about whether it was overturned or not, but how long was that process?
So the first hearing was on the 5th of June, and I'm just sorry, I'm going to have to make reference to a series of letters.
Sorry.
19th of June.
Wow. Okay. That seems to stand in stark contrast to a lot of the evidence that we've had from other universities about the length of their processes. So if you're taking action immediately like that, that sends a very strong message that that behaviour isn't tolerated, and also sends a strong message to the Jewish students on your campus that the university is taking it very seriously, and that they're individuals who are undertaking that sort of activity aren't welcome.
So we have a process to student complaints that says if a complaint is raised, immediate response is given, and that's usually within 24 hours. Obviously, if it comes in on a Saturday morning, it might be 48, 72. Mm-hmm. But we work to make sure that all complaints are dealt with within a 20-day period.
Wow. And
now, it's not always possible
right.
to do that, because some of them are complex and rely on evidence, and some of them cross over things like the longer Christmas break. But the target of the team is to manage them within 20 days because of the significance of dealing with this in a timely way.
Thank you. I think that's fantastic, and I think that, I'll save the commentary for the report, shall I?
Sure. Okay. Thank you all for appearing before the committee, for the giving of your time today, and for the evidence that you've given to the committee. The committee requests that answers to questions on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 13 January 2025. We are going to suspend the committee for about 15 minutes, and we'll come back with the next hearing. But thanks again.
Yes, we can, thanks.
Perfect. We're all good to go? Excellent. I now welcome representatives from the University of Western Australia by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Robert Shenton French, Chancellor, University of Western Australia.
Amit Chakma, Vice Chancellor at the University of Western Australia.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll open up for discussions.
All right, well, perhaps let me begin. I thank the committee for the invitation to appear before it at this important inquiry. We meet at a time and surrounded by events which I would not have imagined possible in Australia. But even in this morning's Western Australian, they have newspaper, they have counted, I think, some 116 incidents of anti-Semitic events around the city. My comments will be relevant to the terms of reference concerning university frameworks, and particularly focus upon the application of the Model Code on Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom, which has been adopted by, in one form or another, by many universities since my report on the topic in 2019. And the adoption of the code by the University Chancellors' Council. It's been substantially adopted by UWA under the title UWA Code for the Protection of Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom. The Vice-Chancellor will deal with any more specific issues that may arise in relation to the terms of reference generally. No doubt that the committee is already familiar with the general lineaments of the Model Code. Importantly, it does not itself contain a code of conduct. It sets out the kind of limits that can properly be placed on freedom of speech and academic freedom in university. Before considering the limits on freedom of speech and academic freedom, it's necessary to consider what is not within the scope of freedom of speech. If some expressive activity does not get to first base as part of the freedom, the question of limits on the freedom doesn't arise. Now, that proposition covers the issue, for example, of encampments and the occupation of university offices. University lands are lands set aside for particular purposes, and in the case of UWA, governed by a set of bylaws. There is no right to come onto the university lands and set up a tent or any other form of encampment. So it's not a question of a freedom which can be constrained, it's a question of a freedom which doesn't exist to begin with. So one doesn't have to view the encampment issue through the prism of whether it's anti-Semitic or otherwise. Where the question of freedom of speech or academic freedom is engaged, the permitted limits under the code are reflected in Part 6. And so that part of the code, reflected in the UWA code, says that every member of staff and every student at the university enjoys freedom of speech exercised on university land or in connection with the university, subject only to certain restraints or burdens. Now, the first of those are restraints or burdens imposed by law. And that, of course, picks up the law that applies to everybody, which would include provisions such as Section 18, capital C of the Racial Discrimination Act of 1975, the racial vilification provision. Secondly, the reasonable and proportionate regulation of conduct necessary to the discharge of the university's teaching and research activities. So, for example, conduct which disrupts a teaching activity would be legitimately constrained under the university's code of conduct or behaviour codes, which the Vice-Chancellor may speak to separately. Then there's the right and freedom of others to express themselves. You can't interfere with that, and the university's right to make rules about that. Importantly, the freedom is also constrained by the reasonable and proportionate regulation of conduct to enable the university to fulfil its duty to foster the well-being of students and staff. Now, that duty itself derives from the higher education standards and the government standard in Domain 6 of the TEQSA standards. I think you'll be hearing from TEQSA shortly. So the limits on freedom of speech and academic freedom, which are permitted by the code, are relevant to anti-Semitic conduct, which may be unlawful as contrary to racial vilification and may otherwise impinge on well-being. It's important to note that those limits while they're applicable to conduct, are also applicable to conduct which, while not anti-Semitic, may have specific adverse impacts on Jewish students and academics. So not all conduct has to be viewed through the prism of whether it is anti-Semitism or not. And one doesn't need to necessarily get into that kind of debate in order to sanction or restrain or constrain conduct which goes to the well-being and of students and staff, and particularly Jewish students and staff. Having said that, I think that is sufficient for the moment to outline the sort of area that of regulation that is open to universities under the model code, and which covers anti-Semitic and non-anti-Semitic conduct, which is nevertheless prejudicial to the well-being and safety of students and staff. There is a question about the definition of anti-Semitism, which is much agitated. There's been a call, for example, for the adoption by universities of the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, which has put out
Alliance.
I'm sorry, yes. Thank you.
No worries.
Which has put out a definition which is expressed as a non-legally binding working definition. When one talks about adoption by universities, you have to ask, what does that mean? Adoption for what purpose? It's plainly not intended as a definition which can be adopted and made a rule of conduct. You have to have something more precise to deal with that. And if you're going to, quote, compel universities to adopt a definition, you've got to ask for what purpose, and how different is that from actually legislating as unlawful conduct which is anti-Semitic pursuant to that definition. And so one has to be very careful about the scope of the definition. That said, there is nothing against the notion of resorting to that definition as a guide for a view which has been expressed and adopted around the world about the sorts of things, and examples are given in the definition of what constitutes Semitic conduct. They're my opening comments, Mr. Chair, and I might just ask the Vice-Chancellor, unless you want to move to questions, I might just ask the Vice-Chancellor to himself make a few comments about UWA specifically.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Chancellor provided a broader framework of our policies, so I'm going to give you a snapshot of situation that we have faced so far. There have been a number of protest meetings and other activities on our campus, and some of those activities or statements made in those events have led some of our students to feel harassed, intimidated, and unsafe. And they have lodged formal complaints with the university using our standard processes. So far, we have received 44 formal complaints. Just to give you a sense of where they came from, 23 of those complaints are related to student guild meetings, and 12 are related to student club activities, 7 are related to teaching and learning activities, and 2 are related to communications. So vast majority of those were related to the student guild meeting, and particularly with respect to the positions taken, statements made during the debate at the special general meeting of the student guild held on October 2nd, 2024. So the express purpose for that special meeting was to express solidarity with Palestine, cutting ties with Israel, and companies involved in weapons production linked to the conflict in Gaza, and the removal of UWA's Chancellor-elect Diane Smith-Gelber. So students have found some of the comments to be anti-Semitic, and reported losing friends and feeling unsafe and unable to wear items that represent their Jewish identity. So that's, if you will, a snapshot of the problem that we are facing. So what have we done with it? The policies that the Chancellor has outlined, I'll cite a few of those. Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct, of course, that policy contains UWA's commitment to ensuring an environment free of discrimination, bullying, and harassment. And we also have another accompanying policy, university behavior policy, which adds context to the broader statement in the Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct, and further highlights that racial, ethnic, and religious discrimination and harassment are inappropriate behaviors that are not tolerated at the university. So through the provisions of those two policies, we have initiated 4 disciplinary investigations arising out of the meeting. Based on the preliminary evidence, I have temporarily suspended 2 students pending the outcome of those disciplinary investigations. But the second policy document that has been helpful to us is the one Chancellor has made reference to, our Code for the Protection of Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom. Without getting into specifics, through the application of the code, we have made determination on number of controversial events. So example number 1, a controversial speaker wanted to speak on our campus. Our committee, advisory committee to the Vice Chancellor, made the determination that although the topic is controversial, but there is legitimate reason for us to allow that to proceed, except that we are not going to allow the speaker to speak during the time they requested, which would have been around noon time, because that was the exam period for our students. So our decision was driven by protecting the psychosocial health of our student body, and we said you can give the speech, but it has to be in the evening. And the speaker and the organizers decided not to take us up on that. Second example, Chair, we also reviewed the screening of a film that can arise controversy and anxiety among some members of our community, but we felt that that screening should proceed, and it proceeded without any incident. Third example, which is on the other side of the, application of the code, we had a controversial speaker before coming to UWA. That speaker spoke in Sydney and Melbourne, so he had advance notice of the nature of his speech, and our committee decided and advised the Vice Chancellor not to allow that event to proceed on our campus, and we denied the request to host the event on our campus, and it was hosted somewhere else. So, conclusion there, maybe I should give you one more example. Chancellor made reference to EWA land bylaws. So that bylaws, section 5.3 reads, no person shall use abusive or insulting language on the land. So that's quite broad. Section 5.4 reads, no person shall do or commit any offensive, indecent, or improper act, nor behave in an offensive, indecent, and improper manner, nor engage in any conduct which is offensive, indecent, or improper on the land. So using the land bylaws, we have issued exclusion orders to 2 individuals related to some of these incidents. So we do have tools that we have been successfully able to use. So far, Mr. Chair, it is our belief that notwithstanding the limitation of those tools, we have been able to use them and try to balance the practice of free speech on our campus while protecting the safety of our students and other staff members. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vice-Chancellor. Forgive me, Vice-Chancellor, I'm just going to start with the Chancellor as I need to pick his brain on a couple of matters. Chancellor, thank you for your time today and for giving of evidence. I mean, one of the things that we are trying to determine is when, when does the right to express oneself end and when should by law or when should by university code people be free from harm or vilification in a way that causes someone harm. What's your thoughts on being able to draw that determination at harm? And it's obviously a higher threshold than just offence, as outlined by the Section 18C in the Racial Vilification Act, but in terms of vilification and where one draws the line, what are your views on that?
I think the issue of harm is an issue, a question begged by John Stuart Mill when he said that all speech should be free except that which causes harm. And the question then begins, well, how do you define harm? And of course, that's very much a range of possibilities. So you can, I suspect you can go first to a core definition for the purposes of this inquiry, that harm is caused by anti-Semitic speech. Okay, and that is speech which targets. The traditional definition of anti-Semitism, which goes back to I think about 1879, according to the dictionary, is hostility towards and discrimination against Jewish people. And so the expression of hostility towards Jewish people, which may take many manifestations, including the sorts of examples perhaps that are set out in the definition which I mentioned earlier, that can be readily categorised as a species of harm, not just because of the effect on individuals, but because of its wider societal effects. You know, it unleashes what I call the coiled snake, which we found being unleashed in recent times. Once you get beyond, then you get into the question of, well, what's anti-Semitic at the boundaries? There may be boundaries where you get people wanting to characterise as anti-Semitic that which can also be characterised as, for example, legitimate criticism of state policies. Yeah. And there are judgment calls there, and sometimes the two things get mixed up. And I think the only way that can be dealt with is to have a rule which allows case-by-case determination, because you'll never nail it all down in words. Yeah. And the more words you write, I've often said this about laws, every new word is an argument waiting to be had. So, like Mozart said to Amadeus, too many notes. I look at the law and I say, too many words. So that's why, for example, if we're defining anti-Semitism, I would prefer a simple, inclusive definition, perhaps derived from the traditional definition, which can then be unpacked, has a clear core meaning, but can be unpacked case by case on individual meanings. Now, the question is, how do you use it? You use it as a code of conduct, of course, and that then attracts sanctions and disciplinary provisions and engages a legal process. And beyond that, of course, there's culture change, there's training, there's education, there's all those sorts of things, which, doesn't matter how good the rules are, if you don't have the culture right, and then they won't be fully effective. So I'm sorry that there is no clear right way answer.
I completely understand. On going back to the definition, is UWA participating in the Group of 8 or the University of Australia process to try and adopt some form of Australian version of what the Special Envoy was calling the Australian version of IRA, in line with what you're saying, Chancellor, about making it simple and user-friendly? Yeah.
Yeah, the Vice-Chancellor has been participating in those meetings, and he can elaborate on that if you want, the GO8 meetings in particular.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chair. We have been participating from get-go with the work of the Special Envoy. Two of my colleagues have participated and contributed to 2 working groups that we have formed as a result of our work with the Envoy. One is dealing with the definition. It's an ongoing work. We are almost at the finishing touch stage. Obviously, people have different views on it. But the second working group is very, very useful and practical. So that's the educational piece that the Chancellor talks about. We have advanced quite a bit thanks to our colleagues at Monash University. I'm pretty sure they have briefed you on that. So Monash University has developed training modules initially for executives or leaders, and we certainly intend to use those on our campus. And there is further work being done by Monash to develop further training modules for people who actually deal with those issues on a day-to-day basis. That's the security staff and folks of that nature. So I'm very pleased with the progress we have made on both counts, but particularly on the training side of it, education side of it.
Do you know the timing, Vice-Chancellor, of when that definition will be announced? They mentioned it sort of last hearing that it was sort of days, not weeks. Do you have any any sense of that?
Senator, I'm not quite sure whether there's any confidentiality requirements, so I'm going to stick my neck out. At our meeting of Group of 8 Vice Chancellor last week, we have agreed to a definition, and the caveat there is we will leave it to each university to use it as they see fit. In our case, our thinking is that we will use it as a guide, along with many other definitions from other universities, including IHRA, by the way. And we have received the correspondence from the envoy. Whether she has given her final blessing on it, I cannot say. So it's almost there.
So the universities have agreed to a definition. That now then is being consulted with the Special Envoy on Antisemitism. She's providing her feedback on it. That's where it is currently. Am I getting that correctly?
Little caveat, Senator, just to make sure that I don't.
Sorry, Vice Chancellor. As much as I one day, maybe sent to the House of Review. I'm a humble member of the House of Representatives, so I'm not a senator. I'm just a member. Forgive me.
I apologize.
Forgive me. Not at all. Not at all.
I apologize for my mistake. So what we have done, this is an important differentiation, Chair.
Yeah.
Vice Chancellors have agreed to a definition. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can bind our universities. So we have to take it to our universities.
Yep.
But I'm confident, speaking on behalf of UWA in the presence of my Chancellor, that UWA will use that guideline, use that definition as a guide. So other universities will have to take it to their system to get it endorsed, approved, whatever. And your last statement is correct. We are waiting to hear from the Special Envoy.
And how?
Chair, can I just
please.
One comment in relation to the way in which a definition of anti-Semitism is used, insofar as it's put into a code of conduct or a disciplinary rule, it should be addressing not just cases of harm to individuals, that is anti-Semitic speech or conduct directed against particular members of students or staff, but I think more generally as a societal evil, so that one can constrain freedom of speech that is anti-Semitic regardless of whether it is directed against a particular individual.
So in saying that, Chancellor, the university, or if someone brings a complaint against a lecturer or a student or someone who's in a public place, and even though it's not particularly targeted at one individual per se, if someone says something that is contrary to the definition, that could be used in a complaint to the university in a legitimate process set out by the university.
Yeah, I don't think we can tolerate anti-Semitic speech in any form.
That's excellent. Are you able to share the definition with the committee, Vice Chancellor, even if it's by on notice? I mean, I'm expecting to hear from the Group of 8, but we were unaware of the meeting that had already occurred, so we're very appreciative of the honest and transparent way in which you've engaged with the committee. Is that something that you'd be able to share with the committee, or yeah?
Senator,
Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
That's all right.
I've
been called again. Vice Chancellor. Trust me, I've been called worse. Don't worry, not that much worse, but a little bit worse.
I'm in the same place, Chair. It's a moving target, Chair. So it would be probably better for Group of 8 to provide you with the latest version, in case I may not have it.
Okay. So it hasn't yet been agreed to? Or it has?
To the best of my knowledge, it has been agreed to, but I just don't want to commit Group of 8 by sharing the latest version that I have in my hands.
Okay, no worries. We'll await that. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair, and if there's time, I'll come back to questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. French, I'm sure you've been keeping a close eye on the uses of your model code and I was hoping I could draw you out a bit on that to see, if you could maybe provide some comments to us on how you think that has been, how the implementation of that code has been handled by Australian universities, and particularly if you've got any comments on how that code has been leaned on or utilised by the universities in relation to dealing with, the spate of anti-Semitism that we've seen over the last year and a bit.
Yeah. First of all, at a general level, the adoption and use of the code was reviewed by Sally Walker in a report that she did for the government a couple of years back, I think, and I think Alan Tudge might have been the minister at the time, and there was a subsequent requirement suggested for universities to include a template in their annual report setting out how they had responded to the code. As I said before, the code does not set out a code of conduct itself. What it sets out is the categories of constraint that can legitimately be imposed on freedom of speech and academic freedom. To the extent that I can't comment on the extent to which it has been relied upon by universities in framing their codes of conduct so far as they relate to anti-Semitic conduct. The impression I get, and I'm sorry, this is no more than an impression, you need to get more concrete evidence, is that they are relying upon existing codes of conduct which target things like, racial vilification and discriminatory and insulting and intimidating and harassing and threatening conduct and so forth, all of which can be accommodated within the model code on freedom of speech and academic freedom.
Thank you, Mr. French.
So to what extent it's had influence, I can't say.
No, that's all right. Vice-Chancellor, the University of WA, did you have an encampment in the course of this year?
No, we didn't.
Right.
If I may add, further to our discussion on land bylaws and the Chancellor's statements, we are not going to allow an encampment using the provisions of our code, but more importantly, provisions of our land bylaws.
Okay. Well, that seems to be a different experience than most of the universities had across Australia. Was there any risk of one? Was there any action taken by the university to avoid that outcome? Were you proactive in informing students that this would not be tolerated?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we have maintained a very close collaborative relationship with our student guild. We have supported them along the way, and through those mechanisms, we have made it abundantly clear that while we protect free speech, if people want to come and speak, we have processes to evaluate them. If they want to demonstrate, as they do in front of my office and others, they're welcome to, but we are not going to allow any structure to be put on a campus on various grounds, including health and safety grounds.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good approach. You mentioned the 2 suspensions that have been, it was temporary suspensions, wasn't it, that's been issued to students at your university. Were these for individual offences, or were they were these repeat offenders?
I cannot say whether they're repeat offenders, but these are for individual offences. Mm-hmm. We have evidence as to the statements they have made, and based on those evidence, as I said, I have temporarily suspended them. Investigation is underway. We have also taken steps in raising our concern with our student guild with respect to the activities of a couple of clubs associated with it. So we haven't made any determination as yet whether they have collectively violated our policies or not, but certainly you have served notice that some of the complaints that we have received are against 2 particular clubs.
And so, just so I can get this correct, the there hasn't actually been a hearing into these, or the process hasn't been concluded for these students. They've just been issued with a temporary suspension while that process runs its course.
Process is underway,
right,
Deputy Chair. But it hasn't reached that conclusion as yet.
Okay. And how long after? We're just trying to. Just for your context, I'm trying to get a sense as to the timeframes and the swiftness of each, not necessarily trying to create a chart as to, whose issues the swiftest justice across the university campuses. But what is, from the point where the incident occurred or incidents occurred, how quickly was that suspension issued from that point? And how long would you anticipate from that point to the conclusion of the process would be?
So the first question, I don't have the specific dates. I think within a week.
Wow.
The complaint was lodged the day after the event, and we immediately started our investigation. And based on our preliminary findings, with less than a week actually, I determined that it was appropriate for me to suspend 2 students temporarily. The process, how long it will take, I hope we can conclude it sooner than necessary, but it depends on how cooperative those students who are under temporary suspension orders are.
That seems very quick and very appropriate. I think that's a good example for us to look at. Finally, Vice-Chancellor, has there been any complaints made in relation to any of the university staff when it comes to, in relation to anti-Semitic activity or behaviour?
To the best of my knowledge, there have been complaints, but I'm not quite sure that they are directly anti-Semitic. One specific complaint that came through informal channel, I don't have the specifics as yet. I was meeting with 3 community members, 2 of whom have their children studying at EWA. So one brought to my attention that in a classroom setting, a professor, still unnamed, unidentified, allowed somebody to make statements that are anti, if you will, state of Israel. So our position is classrooms cannot be used to make any statements of any kind. So we are going to try to get more information on those sort of things. And then we are going to advise our heads of school that they should remind our staff that classroom time is for teaching purposes only and cannot be used to make any statements one way or the other.
And could I just add, this is not just seen through the prism of what's anti-Semitic and what's not. It covers a broader range. And as I said before in opening, our responses to or constraints on expressive conduct don't necessarily all have to go through the channel of is it anti-Semitic or is it not. There's simply no freedom to start making statements at the beginning of a class.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Ms. Bellier, and then I've got a question as well. But Ms. Bellier, you have been waiting patiently, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor for your overview of all the work you've been doing. I suppose it's a bigger picture question around what else would you as a university need or require from us as government or from law enforcement to help you manage these events? What's missing?
You want me to go, Chancellor?
Yes, sir.
Well, this may be asking for too much. The case I cited where we had to stop a speaker from speaking. So when we are doing our research, it is very well known that he was a controversial speaker. He is on the record of, making statements celebrating the October 7 massacre in Israel. So that was the basis for us to stop him from speaking. So the question arises, why would we allow such a speaker from overseas country to come here? And once he landed here, once we saw there was ample evidence that he was causing, if you will, significant, social unrest in Sydney and Melbourne, why wouldn't we quickly deport him? So the last stop in his journey was University of Queensland. We got only 24 hours notice because of the way we book our rooms. We actually learned from the newspaper that he's on 21-hour campus. UQ had a bit more time to deal with him. They also excluded him from the campus. So, we would like our governments to take a more proactive action on that. And then finally, our land bylaws allow us to remove people, but physically we can't do that. We don't have the police force. So to enforce our bylaws, we will need help from law enforcement agencies. And any strengthening of hate law, I'm not a lawyer, so the Chancellor would have probably a more nuanced view on it, but any more legislative measures that you can take would certainly strengthen our hands and give us more tools to deal with these sort of issues.
Maybe I can supplement that by saying that when it comes to operationalising constraints based on anti-Semitism, it would help if we could have a consensus around the nation of what constitutes the kind of anti-Semitism that we can put into a rule of conduct, perhaps a higher education standard, a specific standard directed against anti-Semitism, or even a law which is a specific application of Section 18C. You always have to be careful, of course, with those definitions. It's a bit of a minefield as to if it's fuzzy at the edges, then you start running into the area of implied freedom of political communication and so forth. But I do think that a rigorous look at an operationalisable definition by government would assist.
Thank you. That was one of my other questions based on all the presentations today was, how important is a definition or definitions? And then that informs a code and, an understanding of what is harmful behaviour that requires different approaches. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jodie. Can I just ask a couple of last questions to the Chancellor? Is there any possible constitutional concerns if universities were required to adopt certain policies to address anti-Semitism?
Well, it depends what you mean by adopt.
Sorry
to be a lawyer.
No. I feel you're well practiced in that, Chancellor. Specifically around, either the policies around adoption around definitions, adoption around codes of conduct, adoption around, even transparency measures. Is there any constitutional concerns that you would have if we were to enforce universities adopting those policies?
Well, there's always a question of the scope of extent of Commonwealth power in higher education. I know that appears to be the only game in town, but they are all state institutions, and there are certain limits as to what you can do with state institutions. But beyond that, the fundamental question has to be, the anterior question has to be, when you say adopt, what do you mean? Do you mean that you've got to, that nobody else can challenge that this is the received definition of anti-Semitism for all purposes within the university, can't be open to discussion, can't be open to debate, can't be challenged? So I think that the use of the term adopt is pretty loose with respect.
Right.
And that what we ought to be talking about is, if there is to be a rule, an operationalisable, I'm sorry for the word, rule against anti-Semitism, which universities are required to incorporate into their codes of conduct, then you need a definition which is workable in a legal sense, because it's going to involve sanctions against people. It's going to be subject to legal challenge. And if it's too fuzzy, you run into the implied freedom problem.
Right.
The easier thing is just to make a law which covers anti-Semitism right across the board. And then it applies to universities and everybody else in the community.
And that there's no constitutional questions you would have around the federal Parliament writing that law?
Well, it could be a specific application of the Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Having said that, I did say in advocacy of the voice that there is no constitutional problem, but others disagreed.
Well, as you said, one word equals many arguments, but yes. I really appreciate that. My other question, and then I'll hand over to Senator O'Sullivan as well, is do you think that if there was a Federal Human Rights Act and universities were considered a public authority, that could assist in balancing the competing rights in this space?
Well, if it were on the model of Victoria and Queensland and the ACT, it would mean that the human rights enshrined in the Act would be mandatory relevant considerations for the exercise of any statutory powers by the university, which would include, I guess, disciplinary powers in relation to conduct. I presume that's what you have in mind when you talk about a Human Rights Act, rather than one which.
And also the sort of intersection between the rights outlined in your code of the rights to freedom of speech and the right to be free from discrimination or vilification.
Yeah, well, I mean, the anti-Semitism itself is a breach of a bunch of human rights under the ICCPR, and I think your committee itself, of course, has to look at anti-Semitism within the prism of the human rights set out in the Parliamentary Scrutiny of Human Rights legislation. All I can say is that the introduction of such legislation, making it mandatory for universities to have regard to the human rights in relation to the exercise of their statutory powers, perhaps you could extend it in the exercise of the formulation of codes and so forth and policies. I don't personally see a huge problem with that kind of imposition from a constitutional point of view, but you've got me on the fly, and you might get a different opinion from others.
Well, I guess all I would say is, and absolutely, if there's nothing else that comes to mind, then no problems. But if there is any other further thoughts on that, or anything that may be assisting the committee on balancing those rights, we would, of course, be very welcome of any further thoughts you have at any point.
Yeah, I just think you need to unpack the word adopt.
Yeah, okay.
And think about that bit.
No worries. I'll hand over to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Just one question from me, dialing in also from Western Australia. I wanted to thank you. It's been an excellent discussion, so I really do appreciate what's been discussed already. But I just had one further question for you, Chancellor. The Special Envoy has called for judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism. Do you have a view on this, and particularly keen to understand if you support that call?
Look, I don't have a strong view on it one way or the other. There has been a plethora of, we've had the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. We've got this committee, which is really focusing on the issue in a fairly, and this committee has all sorts of powers, of course. The question you have to ask is what additional utility there would be in a judicial inquiry. I guess it would get more granular. It would spend more time looking at particular cases and then develop a big picture out of that. And the question is whether that is necessary or likely to accelerate the kind of responses that seem to be required to deal with this phenomenon. And that's a matter of judgment, really, for the politicians. How fast can governments and universities act in response to the situation, as well as general society, and how much more effective would their reactions be in light of a judicial commission of inquiry? The problem is they do have an infrastructure around them. They do have a process. You have counsel assisting. You have all kinds of, and the process tends to extend over quite a period of time. I favour considered but reasonably prompt action. But I'm not against a judicial inquiry if people think that would be useful.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I want to thank you both for appearing before the committee and the giving of evidence and of your time today. I'm not sure what time it is in WA. I can never keep track of that. I'm sure it's yesterday sometime or something like that.
It's 10 to 9.
Right. But no, thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. And the committee does request that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 13 January 2025. And we really thank you both for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, it was 5:40 when we started, just so you know.
Was it?
Yes.
Well, as they say, Senator O'Sullivan, it's happy hour somewhere, isn't it?
Wrong end of the happy though, unfortunately.
I think that's breakfast time there, Josh.
Right. All right, we'll just take a moment and welcome our next round of visitors. Good to go. Thumbs up. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Education and the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. I remind members and senators that the Senate, the rules of which this joint committee is bound by, has resolved that an officer of the Department of Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of factual policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made. The committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that an answer be given in camera. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Right, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, and we'll start on my left.
Hello, my name's Adrian Neuenhaus. I'm the Acting Chief Commissioner of TEQSA.
Welcome.
Hello, Mary Russell. I'm the CEO of TEQSA.
Ben Rimmer, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education Research and International, Department of Education.
Kate Chipperfield, Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Division, Department of Education.
Welcome to you all. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement, then we'll open up for discussion.
TEQSA does not have an opening statement. Thank you.
No worries.
Chair, we don't have an opening statement.
Ready to rock, ready to have a chat.
Ready to rock and roll.
All right. why don't we just dive into it then? Well, then I'll start with TEQSA, because obviously the work you've been doing around university complaints processes, especially for sexual assault on campus. What are the main lessons that you've learned as part of that process and recommendations for improvements for universities in order to improve the confidence and the utilisation of those sorts of processes and the effectiveness of them?
Yeah, look, that's a very helpful question. So we have had learnings within TEQSA that have informed our approach to concerns about anti-Semitism and the response to the protests. So it has certainly helped us to understand that where there are systemic issues, it's important that as the regulator we turn our attention not only to what the incident responses may be and the learnings that universities need to take forward about their response to critical incidents like protests and encampments, but that we also turn our minds to what are the broader system improvements and actions that are needed to strengthen the university environment going forward to prevent further occurrence, make sure that improvements can be made that do the best possible job of ensuring a safe and effective environment for students. So that has, for example, informed the way that we have looked at concerns students have raised with us about complaints processes and processes for seeking academic adjustments. And we...
Some of those sorts of concerns?
So, for example, students have felt that when they have been seeking academic adjustments, we've heard a number of reports that they have been in a system that requires them to provide written evidence, and yet students may not be placed to be able to provide written evidence that they have family or friends in the Middle East who have been subject to kidnapping, other sources of trauma. It may just not be available, but the complaints processes or the processes for seeking academic adjustment haven't been trauma-informed enough to recognise that, to minimise the retelling of students' stories, to be flexible in understanding the type of experience and the type of adjustment that they need. So certainly some of our work now is about what we will be requiring of students to adjust those processes.
Which university was that?
There are multiple universities, and some of those concerns have been raised with us with by student groups who have chosen not to say which individual university. So we're approaching that across the sector as something all universities must attend to.
100%. I'm more just interested in the fact that you mentioned that there was a specific incident around someone who had potential family member involved. They asked for special consideration in academic adjustments, and they were asked to provide written evidence of which that was unavailable. And was that special consideration granted at the time?
We don't know. That was brought to us by the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, and so we don't have the direct particulars of that. But I'm certainly raising that as an example in all my discussions with universities.
So that, or just didn't tell you which university that was involved in?
No.
Right, just as an example?
Yes.
Okay. And in your view as a regulator, would that be, should universities have that sort of threshold in that sort of instance?
So our view is that not enough has yet been done to transfer the learning from gender-based violence to both complaints processes and processes for seeking academic adjustment. And that's part of what we're working on now with universities.
And so let's unpack it then. What are the sort of steps that universities need to take to ensure that there is both access and appropriate use of those complaints processes in line with the learnings from the sexual assault processes?
Okay, so certainly our view is that both of those types of services need to be trauma-informed, and that's something that has happened in gender-based violence services on the whole, but has not yet transferred to these other processes. There should ideally be a single front door so that the student can approach the university about a concern or about a need that they have and not have to then begin from scratch with a number of different services within the university. It's important that where that student has had appropriate support, be that counselling support, be that medical support, other support, and it's been determined that they need particular adjustments, that they don't have to provide detailed personal medical or other information again and again and again to staff who don't have need for that, that the decision about the type of support that is needed can then be implemented by academic staff at faculty level. So it's important that those are timely responses as well, and they have not always been.
Thank you for that answer. Just so it's clear in my tired brain, so students are currently going through university processes where they're seeking academic adjustments. They're being sent around from different department to department, and each time they're being asked to provide a new round of fresh evidence or a new form or a new this, and that's not being shared. Is that your observation?
That's the case in some instances, not everywhere.
Right.
But that might also mean that a student who needs to seek academic adjustment for 4 different subjects that they're taking might have to make those submissions to 4 faculties and have 4 different committees consider them. So we think those sorts of things need to be better managed to reduce the adverse impact on students.
So that should be taken out of a faculty management and should be taken by a sort of central agency inside the university?
That's one way of approaching it. Another way is to accept that if there is an appropriate sort of appropriately skilled and auspiced kind of person who sort of says this student will need extensions, they will need an opportunity to take a deferred exam, they may need to take their exam in a different set of circumstances, that should be taken as the advice the faculty acts on, rather than having to go over the particulars of the incidents or impact that has had on the student.
So ideally, what you're saying is a student goes to an easily accessible university complaints process. They make their complaint, they ask for their adjustment. They make a determination based on the specifics of that student. If they make that determination, it is then their responsibility to then contact the different faculties in which the student has requested academic adjustment for, so as to reduce the burden and the trauma and that's not happening at the moment?
Not uniformly, and it's an area that we will be targeting for improvement. And if I may say also that may not be one-off. It may be that where the impact of that is going to be persistent for the student, that they once again shouldn't have to go through that process every semester.
Obviously, depending on whatever the specifics of the student are. Yeah, that makes sense. So which universities are doing this as a sort of best practice at the moment?
Monash has been a leader in the way that they deal with student concerns and trauma-informed approaches. Some universities are partway there, so they might have a really good front door, but it doesn't articulate then with their complaints processes or their faculty kind of consideration of requests. So some of that is the work that we're requiring is going to be about making sure that pathway is consistent and clear and effective.
Can you unpack Monash's approach and why you singled them out? In a good way, not in a...
So I think that Monash has done a lot of really good work to think about what trauma-informed engagement with students looks like in their context, and they have also done good work to understand what different sets of circumstances how they might need to be understood and dealt with. So I guess that one of the things that is clear to us is that a complaint service will need to have very good systems and processes for all students, as will an academic adjustment process. Staff will need to have training in working in trauma-informed and empathic ways, but they may still need to understand what are the specific experiences, traumas and issues for students who've experienced anti-Semitism, which may be different from those who've experienced gender-based violence, which may be different from those for students who have disability. So it's about also recognising that the generic needs to be complemented by specific understanding, and that should inform responses.
Thank you very much. Let's go to confidence in complaints processes, because obviously it's not just the journey of having to explain your situation over and over again, which you've spoken about, Dr. Russell, which I really appreciate, but also the faith in which the universities are actually taking seriously having a process, and then being able to transparently say, well, this is what's happened. Some of them we've decided this, some of them we've decided that, and even in the hearings this morning, we had quite a range of universities willing to disclose their own outcomes of their own processes, all the way from we're going to start a process sometime next year, all the way through to here's how many people had this X many outcomes, and they read it out here. I mean, what's your observations around the range, first of all, of complaints processes and transparency around it? And then what do you think is the best practice in order that universities to be able to give that confidence to students to know that their complaints will be taken seriously?
So I would answer that it is in some ways difficult to say, because there's not a lot of data to base that on. So we received very few complaints that were specific to we're not satisfied with how a university is responding to complaints or concerns that have been raised. I think the introduction of the National Student Ombudsman will give another really important student-based pathway for those concerns to be raised into the future. We, as a way of trying to test this, early in the protests and encampments, we asked universities over a period of 6 weeks to provide us with updates about the complaints that they were receiving. And the reason for doing that is because we weren't receiving many directly. We wanted to have some evidence that they were receiving and acting on complaints. And the results were that at the campuses where there was significant activity, there seemed to be significant numbers of complaints and concerns being raised. So that provides some level of confidence that at least the processes were available and being used. We would balance that against some of the accounts that we've had, for example, from August, that students felt that they were uncomfortable with complaints mechanisms because they weren't necessarily clear or confident about whether they could make a complaint confidentially or anonymously. And there was some interesting feedback about ways of complaining needs to be fit for purpose. So, for example, Deakin had an app which meant that students could just photograph what they believed to be, anti-Semitic symbols or slogans. They didn't have to go and make a formal complaint. That was registered and dealt with. So I think just thinking that complaints mechanisms need to be a traditional complaints process is probably more narrow than what students are looking for.
But you have no issues with universities publicly reporting on, obviously not the names of individuals, but the outcomes of their complaints processes? We don't.
And I think, Chancellor French highlighted that was, one of the recommendations of the initial, French report, that is good practice. We would expect that is regularly reported to both university senior management and to the council. So there should already be reporting in place that could be built upon for public reporting.
Yep. And have you had conversations with universities about making that across the board?
So we have staged our involvement. Our initial involvement was really intensive and related to incident responses. We are now engaging with universities and other stakeholders in a series of roundtables where we're looking at that type of system responses. So we've had a roundtable with the Minister and with senior university leaders and the Special Envoy, Ms Siegel.
Was that raised?
Sorry?
Was it raised?
That was not raised at that, but I expect that it will be raised in our further consultations.
Does TEQSA have the ability to raise these sorts of things in those roundtables? Is that something?
We do, and we're using these roundtables and our consultation with students to inform further guidance that we expect to issue about some of these issues broadly, and a very specific statement of regulatory expectations about complaints process and processes for academic adjustments and what we expect to see providers implementing and having done.
So, just to be clear for the purposes of Hansard, so TEQSA's view is that there should be, in line with the original French recommendations or the French report, that there should be some sort of public reporting on the complaints processes for university, and that you will raise that with universities?
We will certainly raise that. There is no, and you may wish to add, there is no barrier to that happening. That's completely consistent with the higher education standards framework.
And when do you think you'll raise it with universities?
So we won't have further roundtables this year. We will have further discussions and liaison with universities early next year, and we have a roundtable with Vice-Chancellors that we're scheduling for February next year.
February, okay. And that will be on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's any further information around how and what recommendations you'll be asking universities to adopt, I mean, this is obviously would give a lot of weight to TEQSA's view as to what sort of complaints process universities should be adopting in our recommendations to the government and to the minister around how universities can improve addressing anti-Semitism. So if this is something that TEQSA is actively raising or will be raising, that you have a view as to what you think needs to happen, that would certainly be ideally before the meeting, so that we can incorporate that into our report.
Given that request, may I just add one other kind of element that we're looking at in this, is that some but not all universities are doing good thematic analysis across their complaints. So there's a difference between dealing with complaints and using the complaints as a learning tool and as a tool to guide improvement and change. And we would expect that that would be included in our requirements and expectations of universities, is that the analysis and the use of that to guide improvement would be expected across the board.
Excellent. That makes a lot of sense. I think the purpose of this line of questioning, just to be clear, is clearly there is a huge range in the way in which universities are treating these complaints, whether they're reporting on them publicly, whether they're having a whole range of different experiences, whether students are being trauma-informed or whether the process is trauma-informed or not, what happens at the end of it, what gets spit out. I think the approach by TEQSA of actively trying to improve that is an important one. I also think that, as you mentioned, the Student Ombudsman, of being able to actually check against those sorts of processes is really important. But unless those processes are standardised, that they are best practice and they are trauma-informed, it does limit all of that. So I think that's the whole point of this exercise, is how do we ensure that students who have an instance, obviously we don't, I think there was an appropriate response right across the government and across the Parliament of trying to stamp out sexual assault at universities, and it was taken with utmost seriousness, and that was absolutely appropriate. And now we have this new challenge of anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination on campus. It's not just excluding anti-Semitism, but clearly there's a problem there as well specifically. And how do we ensure that universities have the best practice? How do we ensure that universities are publicly reporting on what happens? And how do we ensure that the students and the staff can have confidence in all of that? So any information you can provide on all of that would be very useful. I've got more questions, but I might hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Russell, just on that complaints data that you mentioned earlier, I think that was included in your submission to the Senate inquiry that we've had. Were you only collecting that over a certain period? Have you got that up to date today?
We only collected, thank you for the question, we only collected that for 3 rounds, partly because the purpose was just to verify that the complaints pathways were being utilised, and partly because and one of the things that we've learned is the data was very poor quality, in part because universities were receiving a mix of what we would now call complaints around very specific individuals and instances versus concerns, which might be a member of the public who had read something in the media, who contacted them to express a concern but didn't have a direct experience or direct evidence. Now, at the time that we collected the data, that wasn't sufficiently clear, and so we didn't want to impose too much of a burden for data collection, and it wasn't helpful to take that forward.
Yes, but the data that you provided to the Senate inquiry, that's up to date. That's the last.
That is the last.
Yeah. Okay. This is I suppose, a question for any witness who has a view on the matter. But one of the themes that I'm picking up in the course of our inquiries has been that we're obviously seeing quite a lot of not just students but academics getting engaging in activity that we would be, the broader community would be concerned about and recognise as anti-Semitism. Does TEQSA, does the department hold a view on that theme? Is there concern, and is there any activities that have been undertaken by the agency or the department to address that concern at all?
I'll start.
Yep.
Thank you for that. And it was actually very helpful listening to Professor French, the previous witness, in terms of how codes of conduct play an important role, both staff codes of conduct and student codes of conduct. And in some of our advice over the encampments and in response to the encampments was for universities to think about whether their codes of conduct were still fit for purpose. And so that was the conversation that you heard from the previous witness around the role of definitions, but also the educative process to inform staff and students about what the expectations are and therefore what actions would be taken when those behaviours are outside the codes of conduct. So one of the things that is coming up through the roundtables and through the broader work we are doing about governance and the work we've started in that stage process Mary just informed you of with regard to our follow-up action is requiring universities to think about whether their freedom of information, academic freedom and free speech, policies and procedures, this is the first time they've been tested really, are actually fit for purpose. And that also goes to the adjacent policies and procedures like codes of conduct. Okay.
Any comments from the department on that front?
No.
No. Okay.
Sorry,
go ahead.
May I just add?
Yes.
I think it is really important that the question of definitions is always considered alongside the code of conduct. We heard from Professor Pickering and Professor Chakma earlier that part of what was important to their response was their ability really quickly to identify where behaviour had crossed the line. Now, a definition is maybe a helpful tool in doing that, but it won't stand alone if the code of conduct and the education that goes around that are not both contemporary, strong and really joined up. And certainly from our discussion, well, from my personal discussions with a range of universities early on in the protests and encampments, that was one of the issues that some universities had tackled very decisively and others were really struggling with, was how to tell what crossed the line and what didn't.
Absolutely. A question for the department. What instruction has the department had from the Minister's office in relation to handling the issue of rising anti-Semitism on university campuses?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Minister has been very clear with the department going back to very shortly after October 7 that he was concerned about the potential for anti-Semitism to increase in this context and his focus on making sure that every relevant effort was put into place to stamp it out and to reduce it. That's been a very prominent feature of his engagement with the department, and I might say with TEQSA, since that time. It's also worth putting that into a slightly broader context, if you don't mind, Deputy Chair, which is, I think it's clear that the Minister and the government have been very focused on student wellbeing more generally. And so if you look across the broad sweep of legislative activity over the past 18 months, we've seen the support for students policy legislated and now implemented, which is very relevant to these matters. For example, to academic considerations, academic adjustment. We've seen the introduction of the National Student Ombudsman, now very close to being in operation. we've seen the government's commitment to introducing a national code on gender-based violence, which, you know, a different issue, but some of the same kinds of concerns about complaints processes, about responsiveness across large and complex organisations also exist in that context. So I think if you take all of that as a whole, you would say that the government had concerns about how universities were managing these matters. Even the work that's happening on university governance is relevant here. And that the government has taken a number of actions led by the Minister to move forward on those concerns in a wide range of areas, including specifically in relation to anti-Semitism.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I don't have any further questions.
Thanks. Does TEQSA or the department have any views on the boundary between freedom of speech and the freedom for students to be protected against vilification? Is there any views on you know, how universities should be managing or thinking about or codifying protecting academic freedom and freedom of thought while also ensuring that students are not harmed at university?
That goes partly to my response previously around how we understand how universities have adopted and enacted the model code so that they do have policies and procedures around academic and freedom of speech. And as I said, our learnings through engagement with universities, the round tables, is that some of the understandings of freedom of speech and student safety and student impacts were unbalanced rather than balanced. Hence things like definitions, codes of conduct, and how universities are more able to make rigorous and consistent decisions around when a set of behaviours are anti-Semitic, but even more broadly are bullying or harassment. And I think what we have raised concerns and universities accept is that in trying to manage a perception of freedom of speech, they have inadvertently discriminated or isolated other sets of students. And that's the very deep work we are doing now through the round tables and the sort of guidance that we will move to in preparation for the forthcoming academic year.
So do you think that the balance hasn't been there? And
I think we have examples of where the balance has been very good. I think Monash was one where we have good examples, but we have other examples where reading students' submissions to the previous inquiry, talking to students, the experiences of students, we would suggest that universities were caught on the back foot and didn't manage it well.
And
so freedom of speech, as Professor French said, is bounded within law. Like, it's not carte blanche. And so how do universities construct the policy and procedural frameworks so that they can do both? Freedom of speech, but it has to be lawful and bounded.
And so is that something that you're actively talking to universities about?
Yes.
And are you looking to implement national standards on that?
Freedom of speech and academic freedom are already within the standards, as are expectations and requirements of all providers to meet their legislative responsibilities with regard to if the state has it, because this is the conversation about state.
I'm just trying to work out. I mean,
So providers have responsibilities under the standards already to meet all the equal opportunity anti-discrimination legislation that exists now.
And in your view, are they?
That is what we're testing.
Right. So we've got some universities are getting the balance right, some universities are not. I mean, as the university regulator, what are you actively doing in order to ensure that all universities are getting the balance right, as you would say?
That's through the broad systemic consultation we're doing now with a view to the guidance we wish to issue in the beginning of next year. But I would also ask Mary to talk about perhaps case studies of particular universities. Is that a...
So before Dr. Russell comes in, so you will be issuing guidance to I'm sleepy and I've been travelling a bit. I've had a bit of a week,
That's right.
But TEQSA will be issuing guidance to universities early next year on a standardised approach that they should adopt in order to ensure that freedom of speech is adequately balanced against the freedoms that students should be experiencing on campus of not being able to be vilified, discriminated against, or adhering to the laws that would ensure that they are not harmed at university. Am I getting that correct?
TEQSA, under our TEQSA Act, doesn't have the authority to issue that standardised requirement as an absolute requirement. The way that we will approach that is issuing both guidance and a detailed statement of regulatory expectations about quite specific actions that we expect universities to have taken with regard to this issue, and that will be what we will set as the expectation, but also use for monitoring and compliance of universities. Now,
the timing of that will be?
It won't be until after we've had the further roundtable discussions in February. May I raise perhaps one more point that may assist the committee before reference to the HESA Act? Certainly we are doing some work with University of Sydney around this because there were obviously many examples of difficult handling of instances there. We conducted a site visit with University of Sydney in the last fortnight, and we'll have ongoing work. But I think in the Hodgkinson review that the Uni Sydney has commissioned, there's some extremely helpful commentary about the fact that understanding of what academic freedom and freedom of speech looks like needs to catch up with current legislative requirements about workplace safety and psychological safety. So the way that it has been interpreted and managed in the past is not sufficient for the university's contemporary management of those issues.
So, I mean, the reason why I ask around timing and why I'm sort of trying to dig into this is that part of the reason of this committee getting on with this work now is so that we can have improvements for students going back to university next year. So, I mean, is there any ability to really, like how urgent do you think this is, that students are protected at university?
So we think it's both urgent and important. So we are continuing the engagement with universities now, but one of the principles that we decided upon for issuing the guidance is that we want it to be sufficiently informed by students and consultation with students and understanding of their experience. And because of the period that students have just finished with the assessment period, and now many of them being absent from campus, it's more difficult for us to engage with student representative groups. But we don't want this work just to be informed by the perspective of the providers. We want to make sure that the student experience and student perspective feeds into the guidance that we issue.
And we have a range of planned student groups and student focus groups in January.
Yep.
In January?
Yep.
Okay, and then when would the timing look to be for the advice or the guidance as
we expect to test and engage with Vice-Chancellors at the roundtable in February on what we will be taking forward. So that's one of the purposes of that roundtable.
And is your expectation that Vice-Chancellors would be amenable to these sorts of recommendations?
We've certainly had.
I'm not trying to trick you out. Because if we need to, if there is a problem where we've clearly got a situation where there isn't adequate processes that are happening across the board, or there isn't an adequate standardised approach, and the only powers that the government has is via TEQSA, that is to make guidance suggestions to universities. I mean, isn't that the whole point? Is that we've got to get a wriggle on here?
Can I? We want to test with Vice-Chancellors in February in case there's something, because we have obligations to consult. But at the end of the day, we will make decisions and we will issue either a statement of regulatory expectations, which has force in terms of our regulatory matters going forward, but we already have a range of what we call guidance notes, which provides providers with the broader expectations that we would expect in terms of how they meet the standards. As we move through this, we'll be clearer about the nature of what that will look like, but our aim is to have things in place for the beginning of the academic year.
And if I may add that we have written to universities on numerous occasions since the protest activity began, and we have issued an interim sector alert to set out some of those expectations about the work that universities should be doing now.
Okay.
Can I
please
add to that, Chair? I wouldn't want the committee to imply from that discussion that there wasn't urgent action happening right now with university leadership. In my experience, if not every Vice-Chancellor, close to every Vice-Chancellor is very actively engaged on these issues. There is the work led by Gillian Segal involving the Group of 8, but also Universities Australia. There's some very good work going on training about anti-Semitism through that group, which I'm sure you're aware of, Chair. So this issue is very much front of mind, and with all the best will in the world, the balancing of academic freedom of speech, and the need to protect against wrongful speech, unlawful speech, those kinds of things, it is a difficult thing to. It's not something that, with all due respect to colleagues in TEQSA, it's not something that a piece of paper sent to universities will solve. It's something that is more contextual and in the moment. So I think the wider context of all of the good engagement that's happening with the sector at the moment is very important in terms of elevating the urgency and importance with which this is being tackled.
I completely understand and agree with all of that, Mr. Room. I'm more just that, TEQSA is the regulator, and to ensure that universities are actually we want the experience of one student to be the same as the experience of another student at another university, and TEQSA, I think, plays an important role. And if there is guidance that TEQSA does issue, I think it is really relevant to the recommendations of this committee. And so we will obviously be trying to get recommendations out before the academic year starts, but certainly if there are, I understand it won't be within the questions of notice timeframe of 13 January, but certainly if there are recommendations that TEQSA is able to make available to the committee in your communication with the universities, it would be of great assistance to the committee.
Chair, we will be making a written submission to the committee before Christmas, and we will include that and copies of the guidance that we have already issued to the sector.
Great. That would be very useful. Thank you very much. Well, on that note, thank you. Unless no other committee members have any questions, they haven't come up on the little WhatsApp group. So I thank you all for appearing before the committee today and for the giving of your time. The committee requests that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretary by close of business 13 January. That concludes today's hearings. Thank you to the witnesses, everyone who's appeared. Thank you to our friends at Broadcasting and Hansard. Thank you to the committee secretariat, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.